She's upstairs.
Okay. Jeff, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Jeff, there you go. Hi.
Yes. Hi.
Hi. Well, welcome to the pre-submittal meeting. I have the presentation loaded, and you should be seeing a picture of the house if you were on a computer screen.
Yeah. Do you want me to start, Christy, or what?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Please, yes, as I just wanted to receive confirmation you could see the house. And
Okay.
then just let me know when to scroll through. It's the
Okay.
house and then the site plan. So go ahead.
Okay, great. This is 813 Walnut Street. This is Jim and Judy Schwab own the house. This is a very small house, and it's set really far back from Walnut Avenue. I think originally it was a duplex. Yeah, thank you. Originally, it was a duplex prior to Jim and Judy buying it. The one part of the duplex was retained and is a single family structure. It is about 900 square feet. Jim and Judy would like to add on to the house. It is right up against the rear setback line, so there's no opportunity to add on to the back. So what they would like to do is add maybe we could go to the, yeah, this kind of shows the streetscape, how far back it is compared to the other houses. And Christy, maybe we can go to the site plan that I drew. Okay, so here you see in the darker image, obviously, is the original house, and we've kind of sketched up a quick proposed addition. They want to add about 1,500 square feet, 1.5 story to the front of the house. Again, can't go really back or to the sides very much. And so we really just wanted your feedback today. This is a very unusual house. You can see the other neighbors are much further up towards the street. But again, they would like to do about 1.5 story addition to the front of the structure. There are a number of other 1.5 story houses in these couple of blocks between 500 and 800 Walnut. So this would not be unusual in that regard. It's just a little bit unusual in terms of the location on the lot. And so that's really what we're hoping to get some feedback on today, given that this is such an unusual situation. I don't know, Christy, if you want to show, yeah, there's a survey. Christy, do you want to show the current house is, again, it's about 900 square feet, bungalow craftsman style. I think you might be able to, Christy, to speak better than I to what portions of this are original. I know it's been renovated pretty thoroughly and has been through the HDC once already. So not a lot of it is original, I don't think.
So the current floor plan that's up, the front porch has been completely changed. This rear addition, it's about 13 feet. So you can see the rear addition's 13 feet and the original house is not much larger than that. I've personally been to this house and it is tiny. And they have a very small patio on the back, and then it is not very far. The best one is actually the survey, which shows the rear yard. This is deceptive. It is extremely small rear yard, and other houses on the street are actually, you can see the front line setback, they're actually up here. So every single house on the street is about at that 20-foot setback line, and this house is at the far, far back. So this is just the most unusual project that I have seen to date because of where this house is situated on the lot. So that's why it's here before the commission to give you an overview. I believe Jeff, is the house about like 800 square feet total?
I believe it's 900.
900, okay. So
Yeah.
still very small, okay. But commissioners, questions, comments, feedback?
Yeah, I live in the neighborhood, and kudos to you for trying to make it somewhat normal. It looks like we would be working backwards, right? Because usually we're working with a lot that has all of the space in the back as opposed to in the front. And so the rules would still apply, as in it needs to be, you need to be able to discern that it's an addition. It needs to be compatible yet different somehow. And it's still, once this is built, how far back off of the setbacks of the neighbors will it be?
I mean, we're probably, 40 feet or 50 feet, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't have that exact number for you.
I mean, where else would you build? You can't, yeah. So I think that this would fall under our exception rule based on what's currently there, but we would need to adhere to the other guidelines as it pertains to additions.
And Jeff, I think how this is drawn, you're proposing to use the current front porch as kind of a connector between the new addition part and the original house?
That's correct. There's a driveway kind of coming in on the lower side of the property, and so the front porch, the initial thought, and we haven't gotten into design, but the initial thought was that the current front porch would become a foyer of sorts between sort of the old and the new structures. We'll be covering obviously a lot of the old structure, or at least it won't be visible from the street as much as it is now. So the part about discerning the old and the new may be a bit of a challenge when looking at it from the street, but we'll certainly do our best.
This is to the commission. How do you, the front porch is open, right?
Yeah.
And what kind of direction would you give them in regards to changes to the current front porch? And any commissioner on the call can talk. Any of you joining us virtually as well?
I'd be interested to hear from one of our architects on that one.
Anybody have their hands up?
There's not a lot about this house that looks historic.
It's on the map, so it is.
Yeah.
But
even with the addition, it's not discern. You
Right.
can't discern the old from the new
Right.
based on the other addition. Jessica Hyman, Commissioner Hyman.
This is so fascinating. First of all, I'm wondering how we will reconcile our front porch enclosure guideline with using the front porch as the connector. And I don't know the answer because I think architecturally that is a strong reading of it, but I think our guideline might be in conflict of that. And so, so I'm kind of racking my brain for how we can reconcile those two. I mean, in some ways, I'm almost wondering if compliance with the guidelines may be more achievable if this addition moves closer to the street and if the connector comes in adjacent to the historic porch. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because I mean,
The historic porch being open or closed is going to be a complicated guideline to reconcile.
Okay. And we do intend to build a new front porch, on the front of the house. I don't know if that helps or not. Um,
The only other option really would be to like build the house here and then leave this as a disconnected like accessory unit. But I don't know if zoning allows that because technically this is their rear yard, given the layout of the lot. And typically things have to be connected somehow. So we do
Well,
have,
I do think we're able to do a second structure closer to the street, a primary structure, and use this as an accessory structure. It's just that's not really what the owners want at this
Sure.
point.
I feel like if you were to do anything, invest any money in bringing that more into compliance with your neighboring lots, it would be that. It would be to build it along the same setback and use that as an ADU of sorts.
yeah, but it's not.
Or,
I know
or,
it's-
or
Can I
conceive
talk?
of it,
Christy, can you hear me?
sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, hi, it's Jim Schwab. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, and thank you for giving us this opportunity. My wife Judy's here. Our plan is the existing house is actually will be the kitchen for the new house. All right, so if we start looking at building a separate structure, then my costs are going way up. And what I'm trying to do is just, add on. The porch becomes a side entrance. It comes one way to a living room and the other way to the current house, which is a kitchen. When we bought this house, we thought we're just buying a kitchen. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's great. But so if we have to go to a second building, that's really significantly increasing our cost.
So, meet them where they are and what they're trying to do while meet the guidelines.
Um,
Sorry,
Commissioner
this is
Barth.
Jessica. Can I say something really quick?
Yeah, and after you, Jessica, then Commissioner Barth.
Sure. I actually don't think it needs to be a completely separate structure. I just feel that just in terms of the guidelines that we are charged with, we may need slightly more separation. But the way that Mr. Schwab articulated it as the side porch entry that goes kind of partway into one and partway into another, that actually feels like a reading of it that is consistent with our guidelines to me.
Commissioner Barth.
I was just going to say, I agree with Jessica, and I came in late on the call, so I do apologize. What year was the house built, the existing house?
I think it's 1928.
Because I'm looking here on Google Street View. I'm sure y'all had some existing pictures of, but and somebody I think mentioned this. I mean, a lot of this, doesn't read like a 1928 bungalow, so I'm sure it's been added onto or changed over the years. So I think, adding on to this wouldn't be a huge loss. And, I think the applicants just need to look at how to preserve and connect to the existing structures and guidelines to sort of maintain the existing house, but, still providing some sort of usable house for them to occupy, because it is a very strange condition.
All right. Commissioner Rumsch.
Good afternoon. That's a good picture to, I think, address what my comments were directed toward. The lot itself, the house itself, does not even have a presence to the street. And if what we're doing is trying to maintain the streetscape, it seems to me that right now this lot reads as a lot, but not even a house back there. Maybe we could consider doing this as a new construction, and allowing the new construction to just front on the existing house. So, I think because of the unique location of this house, I think it gives us the flexibility to be flexible with the front porch.
Okay. Commissioner Barth.
My hand was up.
Okay.
Well, thank you, commissioners. At this time, I want to let Jeff and Jim provide any other questions or comments before we wrap this up. Jeff and Jim?
I think that's helpful information. I think what we wanted here is that we didn't want to get down the road with an addition and then hear that, you know, hey, we need you to do a separate structure and go that route, which obviously would get the structure closer to the street. Jim, anything else?
No, just that anything that we would build onto this house from the street is going to look period. I mean, we very much respect the historic architectural value here. So anything we would put up would look, you know, like it belongs here.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much for putting together this information and coming and talking to the commission. I am glad to follow up with y'all and work through some additional designs and give you feedback, and then we'll work on scheduling this for a full review.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Susan, you want to double review it? Okay, we are still live. Hi, thank you for coming.
Are you not supposed to?
It looks like we have 2 minutes before 1 o'clock. We'll get started momentarily.
Christy, could I have a minute?
Need 1 second. Did you have yours? The motion is unclear. So all he is doing is okay. Hi, everybody. I know it is 1:03. We are waiting for legal counsel. She is in the building and making her way to the room. So there will be a few moments of silence before we get started. Thank you. Okay. um, Good afternoon and welcome to the September 9th Historic District Commission meeting. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to our chair, Kim Parati, to get started and do some of the housekeeping things at the beginning.
Thank you so much. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the September 9th meeting. I'm Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call the meeting to order at 1:07 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are PJ Henningsen and Jim Hayton, all of whom are present in the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating virtually include Nichelle Bonaparte, Jessica Heineman, Chris Barth, Jill Walker, Chris Marin, and Damon Rumsch. Also present are Christy Hartz, Cindy Kohanek, Candace Leidy, Andrea Leslie Fight, Linda Keish, and Candy Thomas. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There might be slight delays as we transition between speaker, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be followed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design guidelines. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. And a final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? Yes.
I would like to note for the record that Commissioner Krista Lineberger is also in attendance today. Thank you.
Commissioner Krista Lineberger is in the house. Sorry about that, Commissioner Lineberger. All right, so we will begin. We are going to, do you want to introduce this one, Christy, or should I?
I will, yes. Okay, so the first item on the agenda is a motion review for 404 West Park Avenue. This is something that the commission does not do very often. The commission is considered to be in closed session and deliberation only. They are not reviewing the entire project. It is simply, they are adding clarity on the motion because the motion was not clear enough for staff to act or the applicant to act on next steps. I will remind the commission that this project was approved on the July 29th, 2020 HDC meeting. And I believe Commissioner Chris Mern made the motion. So I would like to ask him to revise his motion for the purposes of clarity. And Chris, before you do that, I would like to just make sure that our attorney, Andrea Leslie Fite, does not have anything else to add.
I do not.
Okay. Chris, do you have a revised motion for this project?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, please proceed.
I moved to.
Wait, I'm sorry. I need to note for the record that PJ Henningsen, it needs to recuse, and I need to just make sure that no other commissioners need to recuse for this project. Okay, Chris, sorry about that. Go ahead.
No worries. I move to approve this project for meeting the guidelines for addition 7.2 with the note at the rear existing corner of the house. The original vertical corner boards are to remain to mark the transition of the original house to the new on both the left and right side elevations. On the right elevation, the difference between the original house and new addition should also be visible in plan. In order to see this move in plan and more clearly in perspective, please offset the new construction 12 inches inside that of the original wall.
Thank you. Do we have a second on the motion?
Second.
All right, so the motion made by Chris Mern was seconded by Commissioner Bonaparte. All right, so let's vote on that, okay? All in favor, we'll do a round robin. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Aye.
Commissioner Walker.
Can I say something?
Sure.
I was not present for this when it was delivered last month. I had left the meeting by then, so
Okay.
I'm not sure now what my appropriate behavior should be.
Okay, let's check in with our attorney.
Commissioner Walker, you just need to recuse from this vote since you didn't participate last time. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker. All right, so Commissioner Mern,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch, and Commissioner Parati. Yes, that's 8. Let me make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, so 8 in favor, none opposed. It passes. Thank you, Commissioner Mern.
Thank you all so much. Moving on to the first item on our agenda for today's meeting is item agenda number 1 is 500 East Kingston Avenue. And this is for a small rear porch addition. And staff, it is on a corner lot at the corner of East Kingston and Lyndhurst, as shown on the map here. There was an older porch addition that's being revised and tweaked. And all of the plans are in the presentation. And you can see the before and after. I am circling the old kind of just very simple attached shed roof porch that they are just expanding for a little more livable space, outdoor space. The Zatwell survey is on the screen now. It is the first house here, looking at the side. There is, as I emailed earlier, there's supplemental information that the applicant has provided. He's provided a narrative, an architectural narrative, and he noted one thing that is not noted in my memo, that this is actually also a landmark, which I did not know. So I apologize for excluding that, but it is going through both the Historic Landmark Commission approval process and our approval process. And then the applicant also wanted me to include that they surveyed their neighbors and have this petition by their neighbors saying that they do not have any problems with the project. According to everything we get, this is hearsay information since these folks are not present to be questioned. But again, this is a consent agenda item, so if there is no one on the commission that objects and there are no neighbors who object to the project, then we can move to a vote.
All right. I guess I should just ask if there's anyone here to speak for or against this application. And I'm getting a no. All right, commissioners, anyone have any issues with this being a consent agenda? Okay. Well, why don't we have someone make a motion to approve it?
So moved.
Okay.
Commissioner Hayden saying, move to approve.
For meeting our additions guidelines,
Meeting our addition guidelines,
7.2.
7.2.
All right, so we have Commissioner Hayden with the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Was that Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Barth. We'll do a round robin. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Aye.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Mirren,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
and Commissioner Parati, yes. 10-0, the motion passes. All right. Now we're moving on to the next.
Thank you very much. Yes. The next application is 2010 The Plaza, and this is the Van Landingham estate. And again, this is being brought forward as a consent agenda item. This is also a landmark and going through the landmark review process. And given the scope of work that we have seen in workshops about the future development of the site, staff just felt that this should be a consent agenda item because our concern was we did not want a piecemeal approach to parking. And as you can see in the proposal, that this is, according to the applicant, a temporary solution, and they will be coming back for a parking master plan in the future. And they have also acknowledged that it may include a redesign of this. All of the parking area is going to be gravel to match the existing landscape and site features that have long been on the Van Landingham site. And you can see that improvements have already been made to the house itself. And on the current slide you're looking at, this is a better slide. They have existing gravel with number 5, and they're adding just a slightly larger than what's existing shown right below it. It's at the rear of the site and tucked behind the house. And it's hidden and screened by lots of vegetation. They are not removing any trees, and because it is gravel, the impacts to the trees will be minimal.
Okay. Okay. All right. Is there anyone here to speak for or against this application? No. Commissioners, any concern with this being on the consent agenda list? All right. Anyone want to make a motion? Who wants to make a motion? Don't all speak at once, guys.
I make
Okay.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Okay. So Commissioner Bonaparte?
I move that we accept this in accordance to 8.3 for non-residential projects.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Do we have a second for Commissioner Bonaparte's motion?
I'll second. That's Jill.
Thanks, Jill. Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Bonaparte, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Let's do a vote. Take a vote. Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsch. Commissioner Ramsch?
Yes, sorry, I wasn't expecting to be so early.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Aye.
Commissioner Heineman, Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 10-0. Thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte and Commissioner Walker. Okay. Okay, if you will give me 1 second as we transition to the continued cases to update all the applicants. Okay, perfect. Do you have just like a piece of paper? Okay. It's here, okay. Okay. Okay, our next agenda item is 1028 Allworth Avenue. This was continued from the July meeting. The list is in the memo. And the revised proposal is also listed out in the memo for the September 9th meeting, with the trees being shown on the site plan, the HVAC units shown on the site plan. The rear yard permeability calculations have been provided. The front portico columns are now round. The side porch design has changed. The rear addition massing has changed, and the fenestration has changed. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to, I believe, Tim Sheriff is on the phone. Tim, are you with us?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. Have you been sworn in?
I have, but I think I was muted, so I'm happy to re-swear if you guys would like.
We'll trust you. Thank you. If you would please state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Timothy Sheriff, 1028 Isleworth Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Thank you. Tim, take it away. I'll let you talk through the project and you just tell me when to switch pages.
Excellent. Thank you. So I'll kind of try to go just in order of what the presentation is. Initially, the commission had addressed the portico in the front. And as you can see, I think the main concerns with it were what Christy stated were, one, the columns being round. Initially, when we submitted the proposal, they were square. As they currently exist, they are round. So we changed them in the proposal to be round. They are, I believe, 10-inch columns, and so that's what is submitted on there as well. Some of the other issues under Rule 4.8 that were addressed by the commission, you can go through, Christy, if you want to show the front, that'd be fine. Keep going. There you go. And so if you're looking at the top of this page, the front of it, another thing that the commission had addressed was the height of the portico. Originally, we had it at a higher level. We lowered it to, I think, what level it is now. The height of it is currently, and as per the request of the commission. And then also the railing on top of the portico was addressed as being also tall. And as you can see now, I believe if you're looking at the breakout section of it, of the portico, of the railing of the portico, it's now 30 inches tall, with what I believe one of the commission members had stated that they would like to see the railing be that approximate height. The next thing that I'll address, and you can stay on the same image, Christy, is the side porch addition. The commission had addressed this under guidelines 6.5, 6.10, 4.8, and 5, 6, and 2.5 of the federal. And most of it, I think what was addressed was, first, I'll talk about the first floor of the side porch. And originally when we had submitted it on the first floor, it was just all windows. We tried to address the changes that we were making based on the guidelines. And Christy, if we can pull up, I believe it's 4.8 of the guidelines. Is that possible?
What page do you have that shown on?
It is page, let me just say, I believe it is.
Do you have that as part
52.
of a former
I do.
presentation?
I can share it if you'd like.
So the commissioners all have the guidelines in front of them.
Okay.
We can just advise them to turn it to page 4.8.
Okay. Yeah, and so it's guideline 4.8, and I believe it's page 52 and 53. And so as you can see from both of the images that are set in the guidelines, we tried to match and mirror exactly what the images that were proposed in the guidelines. And so as you can see, for the porch addition, there is a panel along the bottom to show that it was still an existing porch, and then a separate window on the top side of the windows that are there. And this is actually laid out almost identically with what the guideline photos show as a porch addition, and that's on page 52 and 53 under Rule 4.8. And so going to the second floor of the side porch addition, we mostly addressed the side of that. Christy, if you don't mind shifting to this down one page. And so the left side elevation that you can see on the top of this image, originally the window was offset and not centered on that second floor. And so we centered that to make that a little bit more symmetrical. And so I believe that was addressed at least last time by the commission. And so we changed that and made that center. Also, you can see that the windows match what was from the front side of the elevation. It matches on the side, has the panel below, also the window above the windows, so that it still looks like a side porch. I will note on this, just so that the commission's aware of it, is that the side porch first floor was enclosed when we purchased the property, so that's not something that we're enclosing. It was already enclosed. All we're doing really is just addressing the windows and then making an addition onto the second floor of it. I believe that's it for that. The next thing that was addressed by the commission was the addition onto the rear. As you can see from this, part of what was addressed in it was the back portion of the house, where you can see the porch below it, and then the part of it above. The commission had felt like that the part above was very heavy and I guess overtook the bottom part of it. So what we did is we kind of adjusted that in the design to make it look less heavy on top of the porch. And you can see that on both sides that we did. And so, also you can see that it does step down from the original height of the original house. The roof line does. And what we're doing with that is we are trying to do brick material partially, and then also kind of a wood cementous board lap siding along the other side of it as well. That the lap siding is present on the existing structure as it sits now. It's a white lap siding, and obviously we want to just try to continue with that same look of what it is now, and so that's why we continue that above the porch as well. One of the other things that was addressed by the addition in, yeah, Christy, no, that's perfect. That's exactly where I was going. One of the other things that was addressed by the addition was the rear yard permeability on it. As I'm sure you all are aware that it states no more than 50% of the rear yard is impermeable. This is a calculation that we had done that the rear yard square footage prior to any sort of addition is 7,150 square feet. The existing garage is roughly 330 square feet on it. And so what we are looking at proposing to add is 1,439 square feet, which would then leave under number 4, the total percent impermeable post-construction is only 21.18%, which would be less than the guidelines under 7.2. Christy, go back up just for a sec. Sorry, I forgot something on this. One of the other things that the commission had addressed was aligning the window head height, aligning the windows to make the rhythm and fenestration of the addition look, I guess, a little bit more symmetrical. And so as you can see, all the windows on the left side elevation, along with the windows on the right side elevation, all line up. I will note on the right side elevation, you can see one of the windows is on the front portion of the existing house is off. That's an original window, and so we didn't want to mess with that and change the alignment on that. But as you can see with everything with the addition that is added on the back side, all of those are aligning with the window height and also the elevation as well. And then, sorry, Chris, you can go to the last one as well. This one is the commission had asked us about trees, talking about obviously documentation of the proposed trees removal. There are 2 poplar trees that are existing on the back portion of the house that we are proposing to remove. Our conversation with Robert from Queen City Tree Service was that, he came out and looked at them and he agreed. He had asked us, he didn't really know what we were looking for. So he agreed with what, we had a phone conversation. He'd asked me to put it in an email, and he was agreeing with that. His inspection of the property, he observed 2 trees, poplar trees that are mature. He agreed that the poplar trees have reached full maturity and that they're near the end of their lifespan. And due to the maturity of the poplar trees, they'll continue to shed heavy branches and limbs. We initially in our proposal, we supported that they were dropping heavy branches and limbs because they have dropped them on the existing roof line of the house, ripped off part of the back of the house, and also put a hole in the roof of the existing garage. And so he agreed that he estimated the trees would have to be removed sometime in the near future. And so that's something the commission had asked. So we went forward and did that. Along that, Christy, go one more. They had also asked us to do a protection plan for, specifically, there's a large willow oak on the back part of the property and a large magnolia tree. And so we created a, kind of with help, we created a tree protection program, and we've talked to our potential contractors about this as well. They're on board with it and are well aware and agree that this is something that needs to be done. And we are agreeing to educate them on everything to make sure that they are on board with it. So I believe that is all that was addressed in the last commission meeting. Happy to answer any questions.
All right. First, is there anyone here to speak for or against this application?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Alicia, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay. First
All
things
right.
first.
Alicia, if you'll raise your right hand and respond with I do. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We have a request from Alicia we're going to turn over so she can share her screen and some images as a neighbor that she wishes to share with the commission. So Candace, can you work this out for us, please?
Okay. And can everyone see this?
Right now, we only see you.
No. Okay. How do I do that then?
Go up to the top and see where it says share. You'll see file, edit, share, view up at the top right or the top left.
Should I do file or white?
You hit share and then you hit my screen.
Ah, it's kind of crazy. Okay.
Okay, there we go. Okay,
first of all-
Alicia, this is Andrea Fight. I'm the attorney for the commission.
Mhm.
Just for purposes of clarity, before you begin in describing each document that you plan to talk about, if you would just tell us what the document is, how it was prepared or how you came to obtain the document, and then proceed with any testimony that you would like to provide about it. And to the applicant, sorry, if you have an objection to this document, certainly you can state that on the record. But I would just ask that we proceed in that fashion. Do you have any questions about that, Alicia?
I do not.
Thank you very much.
So first of all, I'd like to say that I wish that the owner of 1028 and I could have discussed this before, we're sitting here testifying about this. I have tried repeatedly to get in touch with him and he has not responded. Because I also renovated my house, I guess 16 years ago. I understand some of the basics of them. I did follow the letter of the law. I did not, I also have a side porch. I did not put any enclosure above that because my architect was someone who said, this is what the rules are. Also, when I renovated my house, I did not expand the footprint of my house at all. My house was, it is in the records as having been built in 1936, and so I accept that. And what I did is I added up. I did not add, out or anywhere else. I understand that he needs to add more and to add to the back because his house is smaller than mine. And it's a 2-story house, but we have a shared driveway, and that really is the totality of my concerns. Whether he encloses his porch and builds above it, that doesn't really matter to me. What matters to me is that he's crowding a shared driveway. And I don't see any, and it seems because he wants to have a very large house, which fine, but he's building into what has traditionally been a driveway. And because I have lived in my house for 22, 23 years, I understand how tight it's going to be. I have not heard
Lisa, can I interrupt you just 1 second? We forgot to have you state your name and your address for the record.
I'm
so
sorry.
everyone's aware what house you're talking about. Thank you.
My name is Alicia Stack. I share the I'm 1032 Isleworth Avenue. I share the driveway. And I have no other options than to share the driveway with him. Just like I don't think he really has any other options either. So it would be nice for us to be able to work together on this. And my lot is a little bit smaller than his. They sold off the back portion apparently years before I bought it. I have owned my house for 22, 23 years. So I've been in it for quite some time and I understand the shared driveway and also the impact on the value of the house if the shared driveway is not done well. So, some of this is what I'm showing right now. I got from tax records. It's just showing that, I guess the couple of questions that I have is he doesn't really state square footage of his house. And I believe that's because it is a lot bigger than the other houses. Again, I don't really care, but it's that side addition that's coming out where behind the porch that is going to be an issue.
Ms. Stack, if I may, I just want to break this document down a little bit for the record. The first portion of it appears to be a table. And again, I think you testified that you obtained that from the tax records. Could you clarify for the record which tax records you're referring to? I can imagine, but I want to be clear on the record.
Sure. I did this 2 months ago, about 2 months ago. I believe that I went on to the city tax records, where you look it up. You can look up by address and it's Spatialist or something like that. I do think some of this is kind of irrelevant at this point because I'm not really objecting to the size of his house. I'm objecting to where, in order to get to that size, where he is, really coming out, and it's going to be difficult for the cars to get in and out.
Okay, so just to be clear, the top portion was obtained from the city's tax records online,
Yes.
and it is speaking to the square footage of are these neighboring properties?
It is, yes.
Okay, and the
It's
number
all the houses. Isleworth is a small house or a small street. And the only other house that is, of comparable size to him is a duplex that they have turned into a single family home. And that is on a corner lot.
Okay.
And that is closest to us. I mean, there's another duplex that's right next to me, and it's about the size of my house, which is a little over 3,000 square feet. I think rather than really belaboring the point of how large his house is or isn't, I want to show the real problem. And that is that, this is a picture of, and I got this from Google, the pictures. This is a picture of my house and the house next door to it. And this is a picture of our house, the property owner's house and my house. This is the shared driveway that you can see. And this is where you can see.
If I may, your house has the blue door, is that correct?
It does, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And you can see that, I'm happy that he's doing something with the garage because it is right on the property line. But you can see how close this is here. I did not see on any of his updated things that he changed, coming and bumping out so far. I also didn't see where he is putting his garage. And it was on there, I think, last month, but I didn't see it on plans now. So, my biggest concern is that when you look at other houses, this is another shared driveway on Isleworth. They actually have a wider driveway to begin with, but you can also see that even though they have done some additions, and the house on the left did some additions, it goes farther back, and they don't just start bringing everything, kind of crowding the driveway. So that is the totality of my concern is his back portion that he has built out. So in fact, he is not stepping back from the original house footprint, but he is actually coming out. And I think if he eliminated that side, then he would be stepping back, and I would not have a problem with it at all. So that's the totality of my concern.
Alicia, for clarity purposes, I'm going to ask, Candace is managing the screens. I'm going to ask her to switch back to my screen so that we can get some questions, maybe looking at a site plan, so we can further understand your concerns about the addition.
Sorry,
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Stack. Ms. Stack, I apologize. This is Andrea Fight. We need to give the applicant an opportunity to ask any questions about the documents that were up on the screen at the time.
I'm sorry.
So I apologize.
I'm sorry.
We need to go back for a second.
That's fine. Sorry, could I add one more thing? I should probably, at the end of that is this, the site plan of my house. And so I think that would give you a better sense of, I don't have any options here. So if I could show that, and then I'm happy to answer any questions from the homeowner or anyone else.
Okay, so quickly, before we go back to that, here's the first floor plan of your neighbor's house. This is their side addition that's existing, and the footprint's not changing. So are you talking about this addition portion back here as part of crowding the driveway?
Christy, you're not showing, you haven't shared your screen.
Okay, that helps. Let me go back. Okay, we are looking at the first floor plan. I'm going to repeat my comments. This is the existing screen porch that they're turning into heated square footage, not changing the footprint of that. And then this is the addition right here where it bumps in and then bumps back out. And Alicia, is there anything you wanted to point out about the floor plan before we transition back to your screen?
Well, just that he said that, you know, he was bumping back and he had addressed the massing, and
okay.
He hasn't really. I think there are some things, I've renovated several houses. I think that there are things he could do, and he's just not doing them. For one thing, that's pretty wide, and all it is a mudroom and storage. I mean, even if he just made that, less, not coming out so far, I really encourage him to walk back there a lot and take his car back there, because he'll see what the issue is. And again, I don't see where the garage is and how that is in relation to the house or to my garage.
Okay. So for clarity, this is the portion that you're concerned about.
That's
okay.
What I'm concerned about.
Great. Thank you. Okay, Candace, if you would switch it, the presenter back to Alicia so she can finish up and the applicant can respond.
Okay, and then this is my site plan.
Okay, I think you need to share your screen again. I'm sorry for the confusion.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah. So this is it. You can see that my house is brick. It is the same footprint as when I bought it. We go back here. So when he comes way out to here, it's going to make it very difficult to come in and out, especially since that from what I can see, I have no idea where his garage is going to be. And turning around is an issue. I mean, basically you drive in, you back out, and that's it. You can't, there's no turnaround or anything. I mean, maybe he can do something because he has more of a yard than I do, but I need this space here. I have a very small lot, and, I will have to park my car in front of my garage and be able to get out of it, back out of it. So I'm ready to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Okay. Mr. Sheriff, would you like to address any of your neighbor's issues?
Do we have that presentation from her? She is going to send it.
Yes, please.
Okay, feel free.
Real quick, Ms. Stack, do you know, when was this survey that you're showing on your screen taken?
This was when I bought the house, which was 23 years ago, 22 years ago.
So yeah, if I guess just so I'm clear on what's happening now, am I supposed to just be asking her questions or just addressing concerns?
Both, Mr. Sheriff. If you have specific questions of Ms. Stack, you may do that at this time and then follow up with any rebuttal that you may have.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I'll probably just rebut at this point. I think, a couple things, and I don't know necessarily how this really applies to the HDC Commission, but yes, there was no conversation prior to our proposed submission with Ms. Stack. I was unaware that was anything that was required prior to a historic commission submission. Ms. Stack does have my information. She has contacted me a couple times regarding the yard and obviously dilapidation of the house. And so I'm obviously testifying at this point that she has not attempted to contact me at any point regarding my submission here. That's either any of the proposals that we've made. And so, I understand that she did a renovation on her property 16 years ago. I'll note at some point, my understanding of her property, it's not conforming to historic standards. And she's correct. We do have a shared driveway. And so I guess, I didn't know that, or based on my understanding, I didn't know that property size and so forth like that is under the historic committee's purview. And obviously looking at the site plan, Christy, if you can go to the site plan from our submission, if that's okay.
So, do you have anything that you want to look at? Okay, so you are still sharing your screen now?
Christy, we can't understand you.
Alicia, you are still sharing your screen. We can see your email.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That's okay.
I was looking to see where I contacted him.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna put you back so you can't share your screen anymore.
That's fine.
I'll share mine. Okay?
Sounds good.
Okay. Candace? Okay, Tim, where did you want to go?
The site plan, I think it's page 2.
Okay.
And so if you can zoom in on the right one, that might help.
Oops. Is this slide 47? That's as far as I can zoom in.
That's okay.
Okay.
And so I'll just note on this that obviously, yes, it is a shared driveway between the two houses. As you can see in the proposal, the addition doesn't go out past, it's actually less than the existing structure. If you look at the side porch that's existing, how far it goes out on the property, it's obviously still within setbacks. The rear addition is even further into the property on 1028 Isleworth. So it is also within setbacks. The wood shed, the wood shed that's noted on Mrs. Stack's property, it's not a wood shed, it's actually a garage. But as you can see, it's only 0.8 feet away from the property line. And so I'm wondering if that's her concern. Obviously, if we did down the road, we don't have a proposed garage anymore that we're submitting in front of the HDC. And so obviously, if we did down the road, our concern would also be getting our cars to the back and into our own garage. And so we're not going to do anything to obviously jeopardize that. And so, I understand Ms. Stack's concern with that she doesn't like our plan. I don't think that's necessarily her likes and dislikes is necessarily something that should be coming under and before a quasi-judicial procedure under the HDC. So that's kind of, the other thing I'll note in this as well that I don't think Ms. Stack mentioned is she actually rents that property. And so it's actually probably her renters that would be of any concern because I don't think Ms. Stack actually lives there.
All right. Any other comments, Mr. Sheriff?
Not to Ms. Stack at this time.
Okay. Do you have any other comments that you want to make before we have commissioners question you?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Stack, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
Oh. Candace, please
Stack, I believe you're muted.
unmute Alicia.
Thank you. So first of all, I haven't said anything about the house. I have said it's completely, my concern is that side bump out that does not go in like houses are supposed to as and kind of go farther back in rather than coming out. So he is massing. Secondly, my house currently is rented. I live in Chapel Hill. And I'm renting it for the year because I'm living in Chapel Hill this year. So that has absolutely nothing to do with it. This has completely to do with the value of my house and when I return to live there, how that will be.
Okay, thank you, Alicia. All right, commissioners, excuse me, any questions for Mr. Sheriff? Commissioner Heineman?
I think I was tasked with lead on this the last 2 times, and so I've just gone through and studied the current application relative to the previous applications. My first question is for Christy and Andrea, which is, what is our timeline for this project? Is this our final month to render a decision, or do we have more time?
Good question. The project was first heard in February. However, due to the COVID situation and not having meetings in April, May, and June, we are not counting those towards the time limit. So I believe there is 1 more month, and I will look into that and verify.
And for the benefit of the applicant, Mr. Sheriff, we are referring to the 180-day timeline that is required by statute. We will be double checking that and providing the answer to the group in just a second.
I believe it's October. I believe it's October is the 180 days. Thank you.
So can you weigh in on what the implications of that for our review today? Because the October meeting is full already, correct?
We are accommodating continued cases in the immediate next meetings because of the situation with having to cancel meetings.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. Okay, I'm going to do a quick outline of where we left things last month. So I think that will help with questions for the applicant. I'll come back to trees because that's fairly straightforward. For the rear yard, the HVAC equipment is shown on the site plan now. We're not showing any planting screening it, although it is behind the existing side porch. The permeability calcs have been provided. I am not aware of seeing historic rear yard calcs from studying these. I don't have any concerns about it. It looks like it could be followed up with staff pretty clearly. For the second one, the portico, the applicant has changed the columns to round columns per our request, has lowered the height of the portico per our request, and has lowered the railing height per our request. The next one is the side porch. The massing itself is still a 2-story massing. The fenestration has been revisited to mimic that on guideline 4.8 and 4.9. I think it's specifically 4.9 in our book. The rhythm on the lower level is consistent with 4.9. The materials still need to be called out on the drawings. And as far as the enclosure, if we're looking at 4.8 and 4.9 and the intent to preserve the reading of it as a historic porch, typically we see the columns articulated in the enclosure. The next one is, also on the side porch, there appears to be a gutter showing on the front elevation. We may need the applicant to tell us what that is at the first level. The addition, we requested more formality in the fenestration of the addition, which the applicant has done. The addition is still being shown as a brick structure. So we were looking, since as a quick reminder, the historic house has a very unique brick with a unique size. And so we had requested a brick sample. The window head heights have been aligned. The massing, the applicant has handled the massing by wrapping the porch roof at the back, which, Christy, if you can switch to the rear elevation, the rear elevation, it's dramatically changed by the wrap of that first-story porch roof. And we asked for trim details. The fenestration we had excluded essentially on the premise that once the massing was addressed, the approach to the fenestration would be changed. And so we probably need to discuss the proportion of lights in some of the windows now that we have a different massing to look at, as well as head jamb and fill details and the quantity of historic windows being retained versus lost. The last discussion, we had touched on the shutters on the paired windows at the front of the house. That is an existing condition. We needed material specifications for the siding, the windows, and the brick. The trees, we have a tree protection plan, but I do have some questions about it. And we do have documentation on the removal of trees, but I think I have some questions about those. That covers the outline of everything that we requested for today, with a brief overview of where we may still have questions and what seems to have been addressed in this application. Do you want to see if other commissioners want to start with questions?
Why don't we have Mr. Sheriff answer your question about the gutters?
Okay, yes, Mr. Sheriff, can you tell us what this gutter is on the first floor level on the front elevation on the side porch?
Christy, can you point to what specifically what she was talking about here? Because I honestly don't know.
Okay. Jessica, are you talking right here?
No, lower than that on the side.
You want here?
It's halfway into the height of the side porch.
Are you on the front elevation or the side elevation?
On the front elevation, right where that note is that says cementitious horizontal lap siding, size to match existing.
Right here?
There's a gutter there, right next to it. Yeah.
Right here.
Right where your arrow is.
Right here.
That looks like the continuation of the back porch. If you look at the rear elevation, there's that same detail on the opposite. Do you see that, Jessica?
Oh, it's a line weight thing. Okay. Thank you, Chris. I think you're right. Okay. Tim, can you talk to us about the tree protection plan and the arborist letter? Christy, could you switch to the tree protection plan? If I'm understanding the tree protection plan correctly, this is atypical of what we usually see. It's asking for 6 inches of protection for 1 foot of diameter, and fenced if possible, and if possible, extended to the drip line of the tree. That's a lot different than what we typically see for a tree protection plan. Usually this zone is much larger, the fencing is required. We absolutely understand that it would be completely impossible to extend the zone to the drip line of trees in these neighborhoods.
I mean, we're obviously happy to amend that. That was just, I think, obviously my limited understanding and conversation with arborists on that was kind of something. And also we had seen from prior tree protection program that's something that we tried to mirror something that was already existing.
All right, I am not an arborist and can't speak to it. We do have landscape architects on the commission who can probably provide more meaningful feedback on that. I think we typically see zones that are much larger relative to the diameter of the tree, that the mesh fencing be required, and that there's usually notes about material storage on the root structure. The letter that we usually see for tree removals typically comes directly from the certified arborist with their certifications and license numbers. So staff can certainly provide you guidance on that.
Let the record reflect.
I'll speak to.
Hold on for 1 second, Commissioner. Hold on for 1 second, Commissioner Hyman.
Sorry, Commissioner Hyman. Thank you, Madam Chair. Slide 58 is the tree protection plan.
Slide 58. Okay, Commissioner Hyman.
I'll speak to the fenestration really quick because I know that was really excluded from our last review based on the massing. It's really windows I, J, and H that have what I would consider a squat or in repose proportion of the divided lights. And
Commissioner Hyman, could you reference the slide number and perhaps
can she see it?
Can you see the slide number 55?
I cannot see the slide number, but I can describe it in more detail.
Okay.
Window
If you could
H
just pause a little bit.
on-
If you could just pause a little bit in between, we can see it. I think we're on the same screen as you. Are we
Yes.
now? If you could
Yes.
just pause and give us an opportunity to put the slide number in the record, that would help us a lot, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay.
Slide 54.
Thank you, sorry.
Thank you.
So this is showing the rear elevation, and window H as in Henry is the one we're referencing. The next slide,
Jessica,
I don't know
I'm
what
gonna
number it is.
I'm gonna try and circle the pointed out on the slide. If you could confirm that I am pointing to the correct window.
Your rear elevation has a completely different light pattern in the rear doors than mine does, which I did not notice until this moment.
Mine is the same as yours, Jessica. Mine doesn't show divided light either.
In the doors. So the window H that you are circling is correct for me. The rear door light configuration on my application does not match the slide.
Okay. Well, that is a staff error, and I can confirm that the one shown on the screen is the one that the applicant is seeking.
I will concur
Okay,
with
so
that.
then my comment is also going to apply to the doors. I think that's door 2 on the rear elevation. And this is slide number, I don't know what number it is.
54. And
Okay.
can I confirm that you are looking for something more like the light pattern on the single door?
So can we also reference the other slide, and then I'll go into, then
Sure.
I'll clarify?
Sure.
The next slide, the right side elevation, it is windows I, which are on either side of the firebox vent, and window J, which is in the top right.
This one?
And the concern is that the proportion of these divided lights should take their cue from the proportion of the historic windows on the historic home. And I would actually clarify that and say the dominant historic windows in the historic home, not the anomalies. There's always an anomaly.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Hyman?
I gave the general outline, and I'm interested in what the other commissioners have feedback on, I think,
Okay.
on those points.
All right, Commissioner Murin?
I think that covered a couple of questions that I had with what Jessica was able to go through. I have a question for the applicant though. What is the setback from the lot line where you guys share your driveway? Because I was seeing that there was a 5-foot one on the plan. It looked like it was more than that, and it does indeed not go back or not go out as far as the original footprint of the house. But I was just curious on that. I didn't see anything dimensioned.
Are you're asking for the setback on the addition portion?
Yeah, and the original house, I guess, while it's at it, because it looks like you've got the 5-foot setback, and I'm guessing that's just the gravel driveway as drawn in that little arrow, maybe. But there's a lot of dimensions that none of them really add up to kind of see what that would be.
Yeah, candidly, I don't know the exact setback on it. Obviously, that's something that we can look at. I know it is more than the 5-foot setback of what it is existing.
Yeah, because it looks like the front of the house is at 7.9.
Correct.
Is that those two walls aren't in line, are they? Or
no, the rear addition is actually even further recessed into the Isleworth property.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner Murin?
Well, I'm good for now. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Any other commissioners want to speak on this before we close or ask questions of Mr. Sheriff? Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
PJ?
Yeah, hi, a couple of questions, Mr. Sheriff. Just to confirm, you are planning to remove 2 trees, right?
That is correct. The 2 poplar trees.
Okay.
If I may, I guess I do have samples of brick that I'm happy to show you. I don't know if you guys would be able to see it on this platform, but I don't know if that would help that conversation about the brick sample.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if it's going to help us looking at a screen, right? Or
Yeah, I didn't know. I threw it out there.
yeah.
Sir, if you would like to show them, then that's completely up to you. This is your opportunity to present evidence for the commission to consider. So if you have it, please feel free to show it.
So this is just one of the samples. I'm not sure if it does it justice, but obviously we held it against the side of the property, looked at it, felt like this was probably the closest matching to what is existing there. It has the multiple color. I think somebody described it as Carolina style brick. And so that's really, we looked at a bunch of different samples and this is the one that closely matches.
You want to share his screen to show it better? Do you want to let him share his screen to show it better rather than being in the top corner?
Well, I was going to suggest that since Candace is a Mason, that could be resolved by staff.
Okay. All right. So one of the things Christy just mentioned that since Candace is a masonry expert, that could be looked at, reviewed by staff. Okay. PJ, did you have more questions?
Yeah, a couple other questions. For your cementitious siding, I'm assuming Hardy Artisan or?
Yes, that's correct on your assumption.
Thank you. And can we go to the rear elevation, please? I don't know what slide number that is.
Slide number 54.
Perfect. So looking at the rear elevation, you've got two sets of double ganged windows over the porch. Is the windowsill on those windows directly on top of the shingles? Is that the intent?
I don't know if that was necessarily the intent, but that is how it is proposed. Yes.
That's how it's. Thank you for saying.
There may be a slight trim space in between that that obviously is not readily appearing on this proposal, but yes.
Okay. But the window detail is still a sill detail for the window, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. One other question. Can we go to the right side elevation too, please? Perfect. And above the porch, you've got a bunch of cementitious lap siding. Was there any intent to put any windows or openings, fenestration in that space on that wall?
No.
Okay. And I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions before we close? Okay. Closing.
I have a question.
Okay. Opening. Jill?
Sorry, I don't have a raise my hand icon to hit. I just unmuted myself. But can you go back to that, the drawing of the house's footprint that we just looked at? It was the site plan all the way back. Yeah. And if you could just expand that, right? No, the one you were just, that one, yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, I'm just confused, and maybe it's just me and my math, but if the house is that saying that the house is 7.9 feet from the side yard setback?
I believe that is correct.
So then what is that? That's the bathroom right there, right?
No, that's actually just a sitting porch.
So that's just like a couple of feet wide?
Correct. And I guess you are correct. On the second floor of the plan, that is a bathroom.
So it goes, well, then it would have to be more, the math isn't working out for me because I feel like if it's 7'9" from the setback, there's not a lot of, there's only 2.9 feet for that addition to be. So
Just for clarification.
5 feet from the side yard. There's just that, I don't see how that works.
I think it's the edge of the porch is 7.9 feet from the setback edge of the edge of the property. It's not saying that the porch, the side porch is not 2.9 feet.
So do you see where the hand is, Jill? This black line, that's the property line, and setbacks are 5 feet. And it's saying between the property line and between the start of this wall is 7.5 feet in this area, not 7.5 feet to the front corner. It's 7.5 feet from the property line to the corner of the sunroom.
7.9 feet.
Or 7.9. Yes, I'm sorry. You're correct.
Any other questions, Commissioner Walker?
No, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we close for deliberation? Okay, let's close. Jessica, you want to lead this discussion?
Sure. We can do this in the same order that we did it in the July meeting for consistency. The first item from the July synopsis is the trees. There are two components of that. One is the protection plan for the trees that are to remain, and the other is the documentation for the trees for removal. Jim, I would love it if you would weigh in on the protection plan. It just seems to me that the way it's written sort of says if you can't protect them, you don't have to.
Jessica, I agree. I do not believe that this tree protection plan as it's currently presented is adequate to meet the standards that we have typically set for this type of a tree protection requirement. Number one, there's no plan, it's just writing. And that's, in this kind of a case, we need to see what the impact is going to be of construction on the root zone and that sort of thing. And we're not seeing any of that. In fact, they're saying, 6 inches for every foot of tree diameter. The reality is that's very, very minimal, not even really very high standard. And the rest of it, yeah, that's part of a plan. But I don't see this as being an adequate tree protection plan. And while I'm talking, I'll go ahead and say I'm not happy with the assessment of the existing trees. I don't think that there's enough documentation. This is, we are used to normally seeing something like this from somebody who's a certified tree, can give a certified response to a request of, is this tree dying, dead? Is there maintenance that could be done on the tree that would allow it to remain for a while? Those kinds of things. So this is and this is basically, it seems to me like this is basically our applicant feeding information to somebody saying, do you agree with this? And that's really not an adequate response to what we're looking for. So I do not believe this tree protection plan is adequate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hayden?
Unless anyone has any questions about that, I think Jim's the expert. I will move on to the rear yard. In the site plan, the HVAC units are shown. They are by nature screened by the existing side porch footprint. I think the commission has gone back and forth historically over whether additional planting is required at those. And the application, I am seeing the permeability calculations in the addendum to it. I am not seeing the historic rear yard calculations. Again, it's a very large lot. So in my assessment, those calculations could be followed up with staff. It will not be 50%, but we still need to cover that requirement. I don't know if anybody else has comments about any of those three. It's the HVAC, whether or not there's landscape screening, the percentage of historic rear yard and the percentage of permeability.
Jessica, this is Christy. Usually we require screening from both the neighbor and the street. And so the screening is usually worked out with staff. And if you can see my pointer, we would require something right here to screen it from the neighbor. As far as rear yard, you decided at an earlier meeting that the garage would be under staff purview, and we would also double check rear yard permeability to ensure that it allows for the construction of the garage.
Thank you. I think both of those answers are really helpful. Your explanation of the landscaping is really helpful. That is consistent with what I'm seeing across the neighborhood. The next item is the portico. Our request were for round columns.
Sorry to interrupt, Jessica. I have one comment about the HVAC.
Okay, sorry. Chris Barth. This is Commissioner Barth.
Yes. Looking at the layout of the HVAC, I mean, wouldn't it be, make sense to run those 2 units, if it is in fact 2 units, parallel with the length of the building so that adequate screening could be provided and it's minimally impactful visually from the street?
I think it's, as long as it meets the guidelines, it's up to the applicant how they locate the HVAC. We don't want to get into over designing for them.
Okay, just thought I'd mention.
Yep.
Okay, back to you, Commissioner Hyman.
On the portico, we had requested that the round columns be retained, that the general height be lower relative to the door, that the railing height be lower. The applicant has complied with all 3 of those. That is on the front elevation, which, if I remember, is slide 54, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Do we know?
My only remaining comment is that I think that this curved detail in this kind of widow walks railing is consistent with the stylistic expression of this house. Although I don't necessarily know that I have a precedent of combining the elongated curves with the circles. And I don't know what the commission's take on that is with a front elevation. I would be interested in anyone else speaking to that. All of the precedent I'm looking at is consistently elongated or consistently circled.
Thoughts, commissioners? We'll let people chew on that and come back to it, Jessica.
The side porch, the primary discussion point probably is that it's still a 2-story element. That goes back to our massing review requirement from July. The applicant has made changes to the fenestration in the side porch, specifically the rhythm, the proportion of solid to void, and the panel detail below the windows. The transoms also appear to be slightly elongated with sort of an improved proportion. That is all relating directly back to the precedent that we have on page 4.9 of our guidelines. However, page 4.9 also, and you can't really see it in this image because there's a tree in the way, but you can see it in the other one, does retain the expression of the column at the corner of these 2 enclosed side porches, which I think would address our July comments about the preservation of the reading of the historic side porch per our guideline number 4.8, number 5. And Chris Meehan pointed out that gutter on the side is really just a reflection of the addition on way beyond. It's not a part of this. And
If I can just add a little something. If I could just add something to the side porch before you move on. Just driving through the area, I still have a hard time saying yes to a 2-story side porch. All those side porches are 1 stories. And I know that they provided precedent in the neighborhood for two-story porches, but the design is very different than this one or the ones right there on the street. So.
Christy, if you can maybe clarify, I believe the precedent that we were shown for two-story side porches were not historic. Is that correct?
Let's review the past applications. So the one shown on slide 75 is not historic, it is an addition. The one shown on 76 is the first level, as you see on 76, is existing, and they did add a second level as shown on slide 77. I believe those were mostly the examples. On slide 93 also shows the house that has had a second level addition. To my knowledge, a lot of the discussion, as originally proposed, the side porch addition had a flat roof, and it has been changed to be a gable roof lower than the main ridge to be consistent with other projects.
That is correct. February was showing a flat roof, two-story side, and July was showing a two-story side with the gable roof. And so I think in July we still did request a massing review. And I think the massing is probably still the driver of the conversation.
Okay.
Are there any other comments on that, or do you guys want me to do you want to come back to it?
Well, that's my comment on it. Any others before we move on to materials? Jessica, why don't you just keep going?
The addition, we can stay on this slide. If I remember, this is 54, is that correct?
Yes.
The difference in the massing of the addition, the primary comment was the massing, the compatibility with the house, the window fenestration formality, and head height. The massing has been dramatically changed by the move to wrap the first floor porch roof around the back underneath these windows. I think it's truly just a graphic and drafting issue that that PJ had caught on to about the windows appearing to be inset. I think that the hatch for the roof seems to have been dragged up to the window edges, but there is a sill there, I'm sure. But you can see the change in the massing if we go to the next slide, which should be 55, where the wrapping of the porch roof steps down the massing towards the yard. Christy, if you could go to the July presentation for the rear elevation, I think this will be really evident. This is the rear elevation in July. So you can see the really significant change to the massing by the move to wrap the porch roof around. This is the side elevation from July, and we had responded to needing a formality in the arrangement of the fenestration that was more indicative of the stylistic expression of the colonial home. And if you go back to the September presentation on the left and right elevation, slide 55, we really are seeing a consistently more formal arrangement of the fenestration. In another part of the motion, we discussed the fenestration itself separately because we were not reviewing it in July because of the massing. So we can come back to that. The other discussion about the addition was the choice to clad the addition in brick. If the other commissioners will remember, and I am not the expert on this, but there was a discussion in the primary application for this project in February about the historic brick on the historic home being significant in its size, texture, and color. Commissioner Ferris had a lot of experience in that regard, and I'm sure Candace is a great resource for that. But in our last discussion in July, we had talked about needing to understand the intentions with the brick and how that would play out in terms of the size, texture, color, and the coursing where it ties into the historic home. There is a comment in our addition guidelines about needing trim details. To my mind, this really has to do with the specification of the siding. If it is the Hardy Artisan and it's a lap siding, then we need to understand that the trim is proud of that 1.5 inch dimension at the double lap. The next item that I have on the list is the fenestration. I had called out windows H as in Henry, I as in Isaac, and J. Although I would like to also discuss the rear elevation patio doors. I think in the stylistic expression here, we don't typically see light proportions or pane proportions that are horizontal in nature or in repose this way. The J window could be up for grabs. If it was just a little narrower or a little bit longer, it would actually comply nicely. And Christy, can you explain to us what happened with the patio doors on the rear elevation, slide 54?
They wished to swap it out and it didn't make it to the online presentation. So they offered at first just full clear lights, and they thought that it would, speaking for the applicant, they thought it would better coordinate with the light pattern on the house to have divided lights on these doors.
I don't disagree with that, and I think there is a historic precedent in Georgian or Adams houses for the door lights to have a slightly different proportion. I cannot remember what that's called from a historic perspective. Maybe one of my fellow commissioners can jump in. I don't know if Jim Jordan's here today. I'm sure that Jim Jordan has that change proportion all over his house.
He is not here today.
It's not as shown in these drawings. There is a historic precedent for double doors that have a more square, I don't have the correct jargon for it from a historic perspective. I'm familiar with it, but it's the actual proportion of the lights that are shown on the elevation that is inconsistent with the stylistic expression of the house. And my only other question on the list is, I don't know where we landed on it. I think we were just going to have staff discuss with the property owner the shutters on the front elevation at the paired windows, which are existing, but likely not historic.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right, commissioners. Jessica, is that it for you?
That's my list.
Okay. Commissioners, any other comments about this?
Hey, Jess. Hey, Jess, it's PJ. Comments probably minor, but if we can get a slide or page 55 about the windows, the fenestration sizes on windows India and Juliet, the smaller ones. I think if we were to match the window size with that smaller window in the original house, and if on that right elevation, thank you, Christy, that window size also makes an appearance on the second story and the front elevation as well. So I don't think, I guess what I'm saying is, I don't think that window size is a one-off. I think we've got two instances of a smaller window, and if we were to mimic that size on windows India and Juliet, would be good to go. That doesn't address your concern or comment on, I'm sorry, windows India. It doesn't address your comment on Juliet, the small 4-light casement window on the second story. So just minor comment.
PJ, in response to your comment, I think if window I, India, matched the historic smaller window, that would be great. I think there would be plenty of precedent in this style of home to switch to a casement in that application to get the light division. I think this is a more formal space at the back of the house, and so the light divisions probably would have been retained in the more formal spaces, but I think either of those options would be consistent with our guidelines. The Juliet window, I could go either way on. And I would have the same comment for window H as in Henry on slide 54 as for I, India, which is,
yep,
it matches the historic window, that's fine, or in this application, it would also be appropriate to go to a casement to achieve the divided light proportion.
So we're saying, I'm just questioning. So this matches this. Okay, so. Yes, sorry. I just needed clarification that H matches the window, the middle window on the front elevation on the second story.
That I'm circling right
Yes, that you're circling.
here? Okay, so this size and proportion matches this window on the rear elevation. that I'm
Right.
circling. Okay.
Which also matches,
So-
is that the I on the right side elevation.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. And Jessica, what did you say about J?
I could go either way on J. In my experience, if that is our intention, then our direction needs to be that the windows match. And there tends to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a domino effect in the margin of error on measurements when we approve a specification that looks like it matches. And then when we get into practice, 3 subs removed, it ends up really, truly not matching. So if our intention is that the I window and the H window match the historic window, we should spell that out.
Okay. And you said J you could go either way on, but that was because there was no historic precedent for it on the building already.
Yeah, and it's way at the back corner of the house in a shower. I mean, even historically, you would have seen something a little different and quirky happen here. I'm okay with that. I don't know how the other commissioners feel, but I don't need to harp on that one.
Okay. Chris Marin, you always talk about windows. What are your thoughts on the windows?
Well, I think, I mean, what we're having as a dialogue, I think is on point. I don't have anything to add past that.
Okay.
I mean, not to drag it out.
Yeah. I meant Chris Barth.
That makes more sense because I was saying too much on it.
Chris Barth, you usually talk about windows. Do you have any thoughts on that?
In general, I mean, I completely agree with Jessica's remarks. I think if they can match some of those windows that were pointed out, such as I and J, to be more in tune with the examples on the existing house, I'd feel more comfortable about it.
Okay. Well, anyone else have anything they want to add? It sounds like we have a motion, Jessica, or at least the start of a motion. I'm sorry. Does anyone want to make a motion? Jessica?
I think PJ made it last time. I'll go back and look at the minutes.
Okay. We can just go through, as you've done already, the list and clarify what we need that we don't already have. I'm just going to say I still have a major challenge with putting a second story on the side porch. That's me.
But, all right, so let's talk about that for a second.
Yeah.
If we weren't calling it a side porch and it was an addition,
Mhm.
side addition, right?
Mhm.
Because typically with that style of house, it's very common to put, those types of additions on each side.
Mhm.
One side, other side, both sides.
Mhm.
So if we were to consider it an addition, would that change your opinion?
We can't consider it an addition. It's a side porch. And driving through that neighborhood on that one short street, you see a number of those side porches and they're all one story. So yeah, I can't change my opinion and call it something that it's not.
Fair? Kind of hoping to throw that out there for more discussion, but
I think we're at a point where we know what has been addressed. We know what needs to be addressed. So let's just see what we get. Since you did it last time, PJ, you want Jessica to do it this time, or you want to take another stab at it?
that's only fair.
It's only fair, Jessica, is what he's saying.
Okay, I'm gonna, PJ, I have yours right up here. I'm just gonna model it, right up yours, but let me,
So it's kind of like you're writing it anyway.
Yeah, all right, so, let's see here.
We can walk through it together, Jess, right? I mean, I think the first thing that Jim had said was the tree protection plan was inadequate.
Okay, the trees. We
Yeah.
need a protection plan?
Yeah, the tree protection plan was not adequate to cover the root structure, and no analysis was provided as to the health of the trees being removed.
So we need a certified arborist letter, not an email, leading the witness.
And a site plan that shows the location and the size of the tree and the distance.
Did you get that, Jessica?
Okay, I have that. The
Okay.
second item is rear yard.
We need screening for the HVAC.
And calcs to go to staff, right?
Mm-hmm.
To include the garage. Future garage.
Yeah. As far as the portico goes, it's like they nailed it, but you have some concerns about the railing. Anyone else have concerns about the railing? Okay.
So the portico we are okay on at this point?
Sure, you craft it and we'll discuss.
The fourth item is the side porch.
Mm-hmm.
So as you've alluded to, the elephant in the room is the second story on it.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So do we want to say that the Kim, how do you want to cross this?
I think it still speaks
Oh,
to
Damon's raising his hand. Damon's raising his hand.
Damon, Commissioner Reeves.
Yes, hey, that side porch is a real distinctive feature of the building. And even though in additions, there may be two-story additions of work, as I was looking through the guidelines, I didn't think I could find a picture of a second-story addition on the side porch, but a lot of them had single-story screen porches. So the second story, I think, does not go along with our guidelines.
So should we keep with the same guidelines? 6.5, 6.10, 4.8?
So I think we have two choices here as a commission. We can either give the same direction and the same guidelines, or we can say the second story is denied.
I'm with the latter.
I don't know which is preferable to the commission at this time. We have to give the applicant some specific direction because they have one more chance to submit this. And I don't want to be misleading at all.
Then let's be specific and just spell out that the second story addition over the side porch is denied.
We need to separate it. Yeah, that's true.
Needs to be
So if
separated.
we're denying it, our attorney is saying that we need to separate it.
Well, do we need to separate it, or we just need to clarify this motion that is the second story is not approvable so that we can keep it in the motion?
Is discouraged a softer word? No.
I don't know that do you have a soft interpretation of it? I don't know that you do.
No, Andrea is saying just be clear. So I think
that the motion should say the second story is not approvable. The applicant has the choice to come back with it or without it. But I think that's clear, right?
I would personally recommend that you state something like it's not approvable as drawn, so they can come back with perhaps a change. And then when you decide to approve the project, so don't start approving it and denying things piecemeal, I guess is my point. Like, let's do it all together.
Yeah. And it would just be a
Thank
two-part
you.
motion,
Thank
right?
you.
Yeah, Jess, you would just go, hey, I want to continue the application for points, X, Y, and Z, tree, blah, blah, blah. I want to deny this part of the application. And that's where we say per guidelines, X, Y, and Z, we're denying the second story on the porch, right?
I think we can't do that because then they're not allowed to come back with that component next month because there's a time period after the denial. So I think we have to just be really specific, but not deny anything at this point. Does that make sense? Andrea?
Sure. Andrea's going to chime in here shortly.
Commissioner Hyman.
I'm trying to pose it so that the applicant has the best chance here.
Commissioner Hyman, what we're trying to do is avoid a potential bifurcation of the process for certain elements of the application, if that makes sense. So
yes,
if it's your desire to make it clear in your motion that the porch does not meet the guidelines, I think that is legally defensible. We can defend that. The issue is putting the applicant on notice that the porch does not meet the guidelines. It is the commission's position that it does not meet the guidelines. And so the language I think you mentioned before would be sufficient. I guess the choice is yours, Commissioner. It's your motion. But the only thing that I'm saying is that obviously if you deny the porch, that part could be appealed separately and it could separate the application, portions of the application. But again, it's your motion to craft, but I'm just putting you on notice that could be a potential outcome if we bifurcate the motion.
I would rather not complicate things at this point if we can avoid that. So I think just clear direction is the way that I will go, although I would accept disagreement on that in discussion. The applicant has certainly been responsive to our comments about the fenestration and enclosure of the existing porch. My only comment would be the clear expression of the corner columns. PJ?
Did we talk about the corner columns previously on the porch?
No, what we said specifically was that to preserve the reading of the historic side porch. I think you make a good point. It's the second story that doesn't preserve the reading. It's not necessarily a column.
I agree with you.
I think there needs to be more detail there as far as the columns are concerned, though. The language of the architecture isn't consistent.
And while we mull that over, Krista Lineberger, Commissioner Lineberger, please chime in.
I was getting ready to interrupt. I wasn't sure if you saw my hand raised. I'm going back to this. I want to apologize because I was in the July meeting when this was presented. So when we went back to the presentation, I think, Jessica, you walked back through the July presentation. I just want to clarify, were there not some images presented and some examples presented at that time of other porches, first story porches that had a second story addition that had been approved in the past?
They were either new construction or non-conforming additions under either before district designation or under different guidelines.
Okay.
We did not have precedent of a second story over an existing side porch over the current set of guidelines.
Okay.
On this style of house. I think there was a Cape Cod once that it was a half story was approved. We had a discussion of that, I think.
Okay. Thank you. It's not my, I mean, it's definitely not my preference. I would like to, I agree that we should keep with the guidelines, obviously, but also keep the first story porch intact if we can. But I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a precedent that had been approved before. Thanks for clarifying that.
So I feel like where we've landed with the side porch enclosure is more detail on the expression of the columns and beams of the historic porch. Is that where we landed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. On the next one is the addition. The items were the formality and the fenestration, the rhythm, the brick sample, the window head heights, the massing, and the trim. We do still need head jamb and sill details and cornerboard details. That goes hand in hand with the siding specification and the thickness of that. I do feel that the applicant has been responsive to the formality and the fenestration and rhythm. And I think wrapping the back porch really is responsive to breaking up the massing of it. PJ, I think you had some questions about the wall that has no windows in the slide that we're looking at now. I think this is 55.
Yeah, and I've been thinking through that. I mean, it's so far in the back of the house, not visible from the street. I mean, other commissioners, any issues with the fenestration or lack thereof? The lap siding above the rear porch?
I mean, I am unaccustomed to having walls with no windows.
Same, but it is pretty far back.
It's pretty far back. Christy, how would you have handled this at a staff level, independent of everything else?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, if you look at the plans, it's far back and it's stepped in twice from the front of the house. I don't know that you'd ever see it as a pedestrian. The only people who would ever see it would be the next door neighbors from their backyard. I could probably go either way. It's up to y'all.
This is Commissioner Walker. Can I speak? I don't have a hand sign.
Please.
Yeah, sorry. So the only comment I have about this porch discussion would be that the windows match the windows on the remainder of the house. So it does give the appearance that this is just a part of the house. It is no longer a porch. And I'm just talking now about the first story and the changes made to that. I think on the original porch, the windows went all the way down to the brick. So it read more as a porch, but it's now reading as an interior space. It's not reading as a porch to me, even if you remove the second story from it. I mean, I would go so far as to say that those windows should go all the way down to the brick as traditional side porch windows would. That's all.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Walker. So we can't design it. So with that being the case, Jessica, do you want to, we want to get the motion out there so we can discuss it and try and move on to our other cases. So any thoughts on?
I mean, the windowless wall bothers me, but I think it is not incongruous and it is extremely far back. The massing, the applicant has been responsive to the massing feedback. I think as far as the last motion goes, it is this issue of the brick compatibility and the head jam, sill, and cornerboard details and material specifications.
And what? Yeah, and then
head jam, sill, and cornerboard and material specifications.
Mm-hmm. And then you've been talking about it, but fenestration?
Yeah, I'm going to put that as item number 6. That's how we had it on the last.
On PJ's.
Yeah. The fenestration. So I think where we landed was that the I window and the H window should match historic.
Size and proportion of the historic window on the front elevation on the second story, the smaller one.
Okay. And that the rear doors, that the STDLs match proportion of historic windows. I'm going to go with number 7, discuss the shutters at front. And I'm going to put shutters at the cluster windows to be reviewed by staff. And then number 8, we need specific material specifications, including but not limited to siding, windows, and brick. Okay. Do you want me to repeat this?
Candy, yes.
Okay. So I move to continue this application for the following. Trees. The trees to remain need an adequate protection plan, including a site plan map. The trees to be removed need a formal documentation from a certified arborist analysis. Number 2, the rear yard. Screening at the HVAC unit. Historic rear yard calculations to staff to include the future garage. Number 3, the portico, no comment. Number 4, the side porch. The second story massing is not approvable as drawn. It does not meet 6.5, 6.10, 4.8, numbers 5 and 6, and 2.5. More detail is required for the expression of the columns and beams at the historic side porch. Number 5, the addition. More detail is required for brick compatibility, for head, jamb, sill, and corner board details with material specifications. Number 6, fenestration. The I as in Isaac and H as in Henry windows are to match the historic size and light proportions of the small historic window on the front second story elevation. The rear elevation doors, STDLs, must match the proportions of the historic window panes. Number 7, the shutters at the front elevation. At the clustered windows are to be reviewed by staff. And number 8, add specific material specifications, including but not limited to the siding, windows, and brick.
All right. Do you have a second to that motion?
PJ.
Yeah, and I'll second it, but one question. Before I second it, do you want to strike the more information on the brick and just let the brick sample be staff approvable?
I guess that leads to a bigger question to the commission about, well, I guess whether in addition to a brick house with a unique brick size should be brick or not. But that could conceivably be staff approvable.
since you're having struggles, one idea I have is that if they want to provide more information, what would help would be an exhibit that holds the brick sample that was shown during today's meeting up against the brick of the house and provide a photo and maybe some dimensions of both diagrammed out on that photo so that it's more clear how exactly that brick matches to provide you with the information you need.
That works.
TJ, how do you feel about that?
I mean, I love that. I mean, it's not any different than what we asked Mr. Scruggs to do about the stucco and stuff like that at that Wilmore project.
Yeah, I like that solution too.
Or we could just look in the WebEx meeting again with Mr. Sheriff holding up a couple of bricks and follow them around the back of the house or, no, I'm joking. Sorry, just kidding. Really just kidding.
A virtual field trip.
Yeah.
Christy, I like that solution. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I want to second your motion as written. Incorporating the applicant to include incorporating staff's recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Any discussion of this motion? All right, let's vote on it. Commissioner Hayden. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Aye.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
And Commissioner Parati. Yes, 10-0, the motion to continue passes. And we'll take a 5-minute break before our next application.
Thank you. I'm going to need that to type this up.
Okay, is everyone back? Okay, we are going to continue. Is that Jessica up? There she is. Okay. 201 Grandin Road is next. It was continued from last month. This is the church in Wesley Heights. The staff memo outlines the continuation for the windows and the roof and minor adjustments to the site plan. At this point, David, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Hi, we can. Have you been sworn in?
I have. I was here.
Okay, great. Is Mark here too?
Yes, I'm here.
Mark, have you been sworn in?
Yes, I did.
Wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to you both. If you would start by stating your name and your address for the court reporter.
David Wales, 400 Roselawn Place, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28211.
Mark Bolus, 1604 Stevens Ridge Road, Matthews, North Carolina, 28105.
Excellent. Gentlemen, let me know where you'd like to begin.
Yeah, if you could just go to the new east well, actually, let's start on the site plan just to kind of look at a couple of things there. Yeah, so hello, everybody. Just kind of revisiting again Villa Emmanuel and some minor changes to the site plan. As you can see now, we have created a trash and recycling enclosure as directed. Yep, to the northwest plan, and that would have a 6 to 8 foot masonry wall and a gate as well. That you can also see the majority of the HVAC units to the north there of the addition with a screen enclosure. The majority of the ones on the for the church building itself are actually below the canopy on the courtyard side of the project. You'll see them in plan a little bit later in the presentation. And then one unit which would be screened on the south side. And you will also be able to see what the screening wall for that individual unit looks like in a perspective view later in the presentation. The balconies, the major change there, we decided that we felt that it was important to keep them with the skyline view on the 4th Street side of the project. However, we did heed the recommendation of eliminating the railing the railing edges and kind of creating using the roof as the existing roof as the railing for that edge of the balcony. And again, as requested, there will be some perspective views from 4th Street later on in the presentation that will kind of show you how minimal the view of those balconies will be. Okay, if you could go to the next slide and the next one. Nothing's changed there. Let's get over to the 4th Street elevation, the new. Okay, so again, here you can see the balconies with the roof kind of extending up to the code requirement of 42 inches for those balconies. Still creating a sufficient area to provide some nice outdoor space for each unit. The other major changes to each side of the stained glass windows, we have there were originally or previously there was brick in between the new vertical oriented casement windows and the stained glass windows, and we have filled that in. I've filled that in with a stone to match the existing sill stone that is beneath the windows. And we also it was a request to study the SDL lights for those vertical windows, and upon studying, I agreed that it is the right move to remove those. It just reads clear with the stained glass themselves. to just above each of the stained glass windows. There was previously a double window, which was asked to take a look at if potentially a single window would read a little bit clearer. And I agree again with that suggestion, and I think it makes for a cleaner elevation. Some other things were just some little cleanup issues. If you on the elevations that were mentioned, some cast stone sills, or some of the stone sills that were missing. And if you look down on the bottom left of the one unit, yes, right there. Thank you, Christy. Where you can kind of see where we have created a little screen wall in front of the AC unit. Next slide. And next slide. Okay, on this elevation, basically the one thing, a lot of the same changes were made to the windows surrounding the stained glass above and to each side. The other significant changes that were made were we changed the entry doors on this elevation to solid. With the previous version had a glass door with divided lights, and we've gone to a solid wood door with side lights for all entry doors on around the property. The small brick screening enclosure there would be where each of the AC units would sit. And again, these are on the courtyard side, but still screening. There would be they would be screened from view from Grandin Road as well. And there would be a stone insert with the address of each unit on each of those screen walls. Other changes would be just, again, some cleanup of some of the drafting items on the plans, as well as just changing the notation for all existing windows to remain. If upon discovery of a non-working window, we will submit a separate request to the historic district to change those windows out at that time, rather than going through and checking every window and noting it separately right now. Next slide. Again, just some, or I think, I can't remember how much was, let's see. Yes, okay. So on this elevation, the brick pilasters separating the the 3 units on the existing church have been removed. There is, we're using one of the gutter downspouts in those locations to kind of break up the elevation and separate the units, as well as an added canopy over each of the doors that would match the language of the canopies over the over the entrances on the courtyard side. Let's see. I think that is the only changes that were made there. Next slide. So here I have revisited the angle support details for the lateral bracing. The balconies have now changed to a completely steel structure with steel posts and a steel corner bracket. Just think, again, it kind of meets kind of more of the period design, and really think the language kind of fits the building and the style of building much better. If you go to the next slide, you can kind of see okay, next slide. So this would be a similar detail, not the railing itself, but the bracket itself at the corner of it there. which I think is a nice, subtle yet elegant detail that would be fitting of the period of the original building. Just kind of going through the one thing I wasn't really sure how to present the window protection plan, but and it may be just something that I need to provide in writing. But the plan would be to protect both the interior and exterior of the stained glass windows with plywood attached to the existing frames, with a minimum of attachments to prevent damage to those frames. And I think, let's see, if you go to the next view, Christy, you can see the screens in front of those, the AC units a little bit better here, as well as the rear balconies. And then next view, next slide. Next slide. This perspective is taken from roughly the middle of 4th Street, looking up at the building. And you can see basically it's a very, obviously you can see that there is a balcony there, but it's not very obtrusive to the existing elevations, as well as the look from further down 4th Street, looking back up towards Grandin Road. And next slide. Yep, I think that covers all the changes that we made since the previous presentation.
All right. Is that it, David, Mark?
I believe so.
Okay.
Mark, anything?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. All right. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? All right. Commissioners, questions of the applicant?
I mean, I first want to say thank you. I mean, this is such an exciting project. You guys have done a really great job. I'm just looking through, some of the things that we continue the applications on. First and foremost, windows. You've answered everything. You're not replacing any of the original windows. You added the stone casing around the casement windows. You changed the light patterns in the casement windows that flank the stained glass window, and you looked at the light pattern, the double to single window, and the window that's above the stained glass window. And thank you for calling out the window protection plan. I had asked that be included last time, and it's not something that I don't believe we've asked for before. So, I mean, I think we have a lot of leeway there in terms of, what we want to see from you. And I would just ask, just like what you said, put it in writing. We're going to attach plywood on the front and on both sides of the stained glass windows, and as few spots as possible to maintain the integrity of the window. I think something like that is sufficient. Commissioners, does anyone have anything you want to add to that?
No, I don't know if you said, I'm sure you said it, David, but will you tell us where the trash receptacles are going to be? I know where the HVAC is, but.
Yeah. If we go back to the site plan, there you go. So right there at the top, there's both a trash and recycling dumpster right there at the northwest corner. There's currently 2 trees. The canopies on both those trees are high enough so that a trash truck could get under there and empty and replace the units. So that's where our intention for those to be is.
That's on slide 119.
And Mr. Wales, what was the material? You had said it was 6 to 8 feet tall, masonry.
Yes, that's a full width or double width brick masonry retaining, or not retaining wall, but site wall.
Okay. And again, just, just looking through the comments, the three-dimensional view of the proposed balconies is incredibly helpful.
Slide 139.
Incredibly helpful. Just kind of running through my list. I mean, you've answered it. You've done everything that we have asked for. So thank you. And the only two things that are really simple that I would suggest, and we'll talk about this in deliberations, is for you to provide staff the detail on the window protection plan, and then, the detail, the height, the materials for the screening for the trash.
Okay.
That's the only thing that I'm seeing missing.
Yeah.
Commissioners, what other questions did you all have?
Commissioner Barth?
I feel the same way about this. I'm really pleased with how you guys have responded to all our questions. So I appreciate your input and your patience. I think it'll be a great project. The one thing I do just want to mention, and this is very nitpicky, is the single window above the stained glass. I think the light proportions probably need to be adjusted a little. May be as simple as taking out one of the horizontal mutton bars. Other than that, I think that's all I have.
Commissioner Heineman? Well, before we move on to Commissioner Hyman, David, did you have a response to that or no?
So I guess for clarification, we're talking about these ones over here, the ones directly above the stained glass, correct?
Correct.
And you were suggesting removing potentially one of the horizontals?
One of the horizontals or change the configuration so that it is the panes are more vertical as the rest of the windows are on the project.
Gotcha. I understand. Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Heineman?
I had exactly the same comment as Commissioner Barth, which was the window directly above the stained glass to make it a 6 light instead of an 8 light. And I want to echo the sentiments of everybody else. I mean, David and Mark, this is such an ambitious project. And when you first brought it before us, I couldn't believe it. And I, having studied the site, really, truly believe in what you guys are doing here. And I think you have a marathon ahead of you building this, but I'm so excited for it. It's stunning. You guys have been so responsive and you've really bought into the process and the method here. And I just want to thank you for your patience and the rigor with which you've approached this project. It's going to be such an asset to this community. So thank you. Oh, my only other comment ties back to something Commissioner Barth said last month, which was make sure you put it in your drawings that you're saving that cross on the front of the church.
I went back through my drawings right before the presentation and saw that, and I definitely will include that.
Thank you. It's beautiful.
Any other comments for David and Mark? Questions before we close? All right. PJ, we are closing. PJ, you are making a motion. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion before I start, though. What was the change in the light pattern in the window above the stained glass?
It's 6 lights instead of 8 lights. To change it to a more vertical orientation rather than horizontal.
Okay. All right. I would like to make a motion to approve this application with the following to be provided to staff. 1, provide staff with detail on the window protection plan. 2, provide detail on the screenings for the trash, the height, the material of the screening. 3, change the light pattern on the windows above the stained glass windows, make them a 6 light pattern with a vertical expression over horizontal. And last, update the drawings to show that the cross remains in the front elevation.
Right, you've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? I just want to say on record that I'm so glad this is happening in Wesley Heights. All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Aye.
Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, sorry. Okay, Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayton.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Passes with a 10-0 motion. 10-0 vote. Thank you, David and Mark.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for all your help.
Mhm. I want to buy one right now. Oh, dear.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too.
We can all go in on one. Let's see how much I have in my purse.
Christy, can it be our new field offices?
That would be amazing. That would be amazing.
All right, so let's move on to 1547 Merriman Avenue.
Candace, are all the applicants on the phone? Is Kevin, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Kevin, welcome.
Welcome.
And, we also, is there anyone else joining you for this presentation?
Yes, they should be calling in. I don't see them on the screen, I guess. I don't know. I can't see them, whether they're
Okay.
there.
Let's talk to Candace, do we have any call-in?
No.
We don't have anyone calling in?
No, Terrence is not on the line.
Okay.
Well, it's probably Michael who works for him who did the site visit.
That explains it. We had a mystery Michael on the line. Candace, is Michael still on the line?
He is not.
Okay.
Okay.
I have I might have a suggestion that we go to number 6 and allow Kevin to line up Michael to call in and then come back to this one. Is Don Duffy on the line? Yes?
He is. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Are we okay with that, Commission?
I am.
Okay. Kevin, we're gonna give you a minute to coordinate with Michael and Terrence, and we'll be back to you in a few minutes.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, thanks. Okay. We are going to skip ahead to number 6, which is 509 East Tremont. This application is a new construction. The commission heard a demolition request for the house that is currently on the lot on February 12th. And there is a 365-day stay of demolition on the property. At this time, if Don Duffy, if you are here, I'm going to turn it over to you, Don.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Great. Welcome.
Would
Happy to be here.
Is Dave here too?
Dave, I just got off the phone with him. He should be asking to be let in.
Okay, perfect.
Hopefully he's online.
We'll have Candace watch for him.
I'm here.
Oh, hi, Dave.
Staying on?
Hey.
Since y'all are both new, I believe we need to swear you in.
I was sworn in at the beginning of the meeting, but I can do it again.
Okay. Just
Okay. Will you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay. And Dave and Don, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Don Duffy, 301 Providence Road.
And David Hughes, 509 East Tremont.
Okay. Great. Don, the floor is yours.
Dave, can you give a brief history of how you acquired the house and you're currently living in the house and the condition of which the house is in? We have applied for demolition, and I think for good reason. And I don't know if we need to go over that or not, or Christy, we can just jump into the new house.
Just jump into the new house.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Well, what we've designed is a house very similar to what was there, a very strongly story and a half on the lot, respecting is the existing streetscape, which is story and a half. There's 2 stories across the street and a very large 2-story behind us, like diagonally adjacent corner lot. And so we've come back with a story and a half bungalow, keeping the half story to the rear, the 1 story to the front with just attic on the front facing gable, full width front porch, all about front porch living. Dave and I have gone round and round on the depth of the porch. We keep eking it out to get it's a really functional, great porch, definitely front porch living. So you can see from the elevations, very traditional bungalow style, exposed rafters, double hung windows, the divided light 8/1, the tapered columns and brick piers, cedar shingle accents. We do have a fireplace on the front right, going back with the chimney. And you can see how this second story and a half in the back is the cross gable with the shed dormer off the back, with a rear porch and a small detached garage right rear. Can we go to the site plan? So the site plan, proposed driveway is the driveway strips with the concrete apron, and then the driveway strips to the rear parking area in the back. We're complying with our 50% rear yard rule. Large street tree on the front, very large oak tree. You see our garage is basically a 1 car with some storage on that left drawing on slide 276. And then the rear yard porch. If you'll notice on the left rear and left side is a retaining wall. We've actually are cutting into the grade there. This is an uphill lot, uphill from the street. And to keep the house as low to the street, we've dropped it a foot from the original house, trying to keep it down because it's tall now from the sidewalk up, the current house with steps. And that wall is there managing the grade. There is a Duke Power challenge here. You can see the power pole on the right rear property line on slide 276. So that's affecting our garage. Dave has been in communication pretty heavily with Duke Power and their requirements based on the power poles. Let's go to the next slide, Christy. So streetscape. This is the Andy's Atwell survey. You can see kind of how we are, I think, following the streetscape of the, if I call it a sine wave of existing roof lines. I can't, let me get on my slides here. We are a little bit taller than the previous house. We're at 21.2 is the existing ridge, and we're 1.51 feet above the existing ridge. So like a 1.5 feet taller than the original at that end gable on the street. And then the rear cross gable, which is quite far back, we're at 23.4 from finished floor. And the bottom of the streetscape, if you'll slide, that might be actually my screen. On slide 277, you can see the opposite side of the street. And we're, I think, well within the guidelines of blending into the streetscape with our front elevation. Next slide. So just the visual streetscape, the existing context. Second floor, all the massing is to the back, or That's the 279 is the basement. We do have a basement. Next slide. Main floor, you can see the driveway and the parking, the rear porch, front porch. Next slide. Second floor is showing the 2 bedrooms to the rear and baths, then a hallway at the center stair, and then it's attic space heading towards the street, or pretty low ceiling there. The ceilings are 9 and 8, as low as we can make them. Definitely we're crouched in under that roof. Next slide. The roof plan, simple. Next slide. And then back to our elevations. Next slide. The garage elevations, just traditional garage, Karis House style door, personnel door on the left, front facing gable, very just diminutive. Next slide. Just building sections. I think the point of these are, you can see in drawing number 2 on 3-1, slide 285, the attic space is just tall enough to get a door in. And drawing number 4, just kind of the reverse view. And you can, in drawing number 1, you can see how we're hunkering on our windows with the shed dormer out the back. And just a section through the front porch. Next slide. That's it. So I think we've got a great looking house. Worked super hard to keep the scale of this house down, recognizing that we're on a street of 1-story and 1.5-story homes. And very much traditional vocabulary. And I think it's going to be a great neighbor to the street. Dave, why don't you chime in? You have anything else?
I think you did a great job here. It's just a few things. It's been incredible experience working with Mr. Duffy. You know, very detail oriented, and certainly have a shared vision to create something that was thoughtfully done and respectful of the historic district and as well as the surrounding neighbors. We took a lot of thought into materials that we chose, with the cedar shake siding individually applied, the wood windows, and Don has done his thing on the lighting.
The exterior materials are all wood, including the windows. So that needs to be noted. We're not asking for aluminum clad window, actually doing wood windows, simulated divided light.
Yep, and there, I think it was on that site plan. There was a tree plan showing we're removing a walnut tree in the back. Right, you have to zoom in the middle, and a small cherry tree back left. But I'm proposing to install 4 additional trees. Definitely keeping the stuff in the front yard. So removing 2 and installing 4.
That's slide 276.
Okay. Is that it, guys? Don and David?
Yes, I think that's it for me.
Okay. All right. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? All right, commissioners, questions of the applicants? Commissioner Barth.
I guess I'll start a little bit on this one since I was in charge. Overall, I think this is a pretty well choreographed project for you all. I do have a few questions as far as the adjacent house to the left of this property. Where is that located? Am I to understand there's a driveway between the two?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, and looking at the site plan, I don't know how zoning would handle this, but it does seem, given the roof overhangs and that sort of thing, it does seem that the house is pretty close to that setback, and then with the added overhang, I don't know. Typically, from my understanding, they typically go to the roof overhang to get that setback, but I think that's out of our review.
Yeah, it's actually the roof can overhang. We're at 5 feet, which is zoning, and the roof can overhang the side yard.
Okay.
And so
going down my list, Christy, I don't know if we need to see anything on, or if they need to provide anything on the black walnut tree to be removed. I mean, I think it's pretty understandable why it's being removed.
This is Dave. We do have a letter from Heartwood, and I thought it was submitted, but if it's needed, we can make sure you guys have that.
Yeah, I guess for 8.5 number 5, typically that letter would need to be seen by us. Christy, I don't know if that's something that y'all can review later, or we could submit it as a supplement.
Yeah, and it's something that, it's being removed for new construction, right?
Yeah.
Given the location of the tree, there's not a ton of alternatives.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah, so I'm fine with that.
you can also, if you look at the streetscape, the photograph streetscape, kind of see the canopy right over our gable. It doesn't have a very large presence from the street in terms of canopy. The leaves are, this picture of the leaves are either maybe it's spring or have not come out yet, but it's right between our gable and the original chimney.
Hey, and if you aren't speaking, if you're not talking, if you can mute your phone just so we have very little feedback, that would be wonderful. Okay, any other questions? Okay, we'll close for deliberation.
I'm sorry, I have one other question.
Okay, we'll open.
You show 3 casement windows on the right-hand elevation. I can kind of see why you did that, since in the event that you're operating those windows, you have to reach over a counter. I guess this is more of a question for the commission. If anybody has a problem with those casement windows, they are towards the back of the house. Typically on these bungalows, we see double hungs.
We can talk about that once we close.
Okay, Don,
I comment that the reason we went to casements is just for the light configuration, the vertical rectangle. I think we noticed it in earlier presentations, when you shorten a double hung to clear the counter and with our 6 head height, the horizontal window panes, and we felt like the casement is easier to operate from the standpoint of just reaching the window. It also allows us a better light configuration to stay with our kind of tall vertical proportions. But
okay, thank you.
Certainly look at double hungs there. They're just not as functional when it comes to actually using them.
Sounds good. All right. No other questions from me.
Okay. PJ?
One question on the rear elevation, Mr. Duffy, the chimney, is that intentional to have on the first floor, the chimney covered with just a normal wall with the cedar shake? Or is it supposed to be masonry?
There will be a surround there, like a mantle. The wall will be clad, yes.
Got it.
We haven't actually designed that, or there would be at least a stone surround.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, let's close for deliberation. Chris, you want to kick us off? Commissioner Barth?
Oh, shoot. Thank you. I guess my primary concern, I mean, otherwise, this is a pretty straightforward case right here. My primary concern is on those 3 casement windows I just mentioned. Does anybody else have a concern with that, or do we think that's far back enough that it's not an issue visually?
I think it's far back enough. But any other thoughts, commissioners? Anyone else have that as a hang up for them?
Do we look at requiring that they go to a double hung style casement? Double hung aesthetic looking casement like we've done on other projects. I can totally sympathize with their need to have a casement window above counter for functionality.
Hey, this is Jessica. I'd love to weigh in. I do not have a problem with these. They are far at the back of the house. I think often in these old bungalows, when we're working with historic ones, the kitchen at the back corner, the windows can often change configuration back there anyway, especially if there's an enclosed, icebox porch or something. So I'm fine with the casements as they are. I prefer that the divided lights proportion out to the historic windows. I think that the project is contextually seamless when we can successfully do that. And, I know we've talked about the casements that look like double hungs before, and I don't know, I feel like, we go back and forth on those. I don't love them. I think I tend to land on them when we are required to replace an upper level window, an existing upper level window, but still need to meet egress, and we don't want to change the size of it, I think is when I typically land on those. But in this particular project, I think that the casements as drawn are likely the best solution. My only comment for the entire project actually was that I think the replacement tree in the back should be a large maturing tree instead of a small maturing tree.
Okay. All right. Any other feedback, commissioners?
I would take exception to Jessica's last comment. I think given where they're looking at putting the trees, which appear to be pretty logical locations, and the fact that we've got that Duke power line back there, I think going with the more medium-sized vegetation is probably a more appropriate solution, and not going to allow our friends from Duke Power to go in and hat rack those things. So I would leave them as is.
Okay. All right, PJ?
Yeah. I mean, I think we hear a motion, right? To approve this application as written?
That sounds exactly like a motion. Who's going to say
it? I'll say it. So I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as written, as it meets our guidelines for new construction.
Do I hear it? Did you say you're going to second that, Jessica?
That was me, Krista.
Oh, Krista, sorry. I saw Jessica up on the screen. So are you seconding that?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So motion made by PJ, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion of the motion?
And is the concern that this project as it's drawn would be approved, but will not begin construction until after the 365-day stay? I just want to make sure I understand correctly.
Correct. And they are considered 2 separate and distinct projects, and the approval of this does not imply or provide approval for the immediate demolition of the original house.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Good question. Okay, so we have a motion made by PJ, seconded by Krista. Let's vote. All right, Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsch.
Yes.
Commissioner Muir.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Aye.
Commissioner Heineman.
Report to me today.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. 10-0. It passes. Motion passes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Don. Good luck, David. We're going to go back now to agenda item number 5, 1547 Merriman Avenue. Kevin, are you on the line?
Yes,
And
sir.
Great, have you gotten Michael?
I think he should be on. I think he should be on in any minute.
Okay.
He said he was.
Okay. Candace, do we have any callers?
What did you say? I didn't hear you.
I'm talking to Candace. Do we have any callers? There's a Michael. Kevin,
Yes.
is Michael's last name Kemp?
Yes.
Okay. Candace, please switch Michael Kemp over to a participant. Okay. Michael and Kevin, we are going to swear both of you in.
All right, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Michael?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. This next application is 1547 Merriman Avenue. It was continued from last month for more information. And we have a construction expert on the line, which is Michael Kemp, to talk about the condition of the windows and his evaluation of the windows, which meets the commission's request that the windows be evaluated by someone other than Lowe's or Pella. The application pictures are the same, showing the condition of the windows. And at this time, I'm going to turn the application over to Kevin. Kevin, if you would state your name and address for the court reporter and say whatever you'd like to, and then Michael will do the same. Thanks.
Okay. Kevin Brown, 436 West 8th Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
Okay. Michael, would you do the same, please?
Michael Kemp with Stringer Company, 14321 Roebuck Meadow Lane, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28278.
Great, thank you. And then just let me know where you'd like to begin.
Okay, I'd like to begin just showing you the previously, I think there's a letter from another evaluation from a site visit that should be there somewhere. I don't know, from Micah. I think also, yes.
Slide 250?
Yes, this is a letter that from previously with Michael, who did also a visit at the site and who evaluated the windows. And this just showing you the conditions of the window, which was his evaluation, who actually Michael repair windows and restore items as well. If you go back, let's go back to the pictures of the windows again. As you can see, just at the windows are pretty damaged. And like I said, I've worked on several homes with damaged windows and have repaired some of them. These windows here, I don't know as far as repairing them. I've had several people to look at them. I also had another company to come out and look at them, but I never got a report from them back. Stringer Company was the only one that came back. The windows are damaged. I also placed in there some photos also of another home as a comparison of windows previously. I think that these windows are way in worse condition. That was approved. These are the windows at that house that was approved by the committee.
And he is referring to slides 252, 253, 254, 255, 256, 257, and 258. And this is 1711 Merriman Avenue, just up the block.
Just up the block, yes. And if you go back to the pictures at Merriman.
Yeah. And I'm going to rattle off some slides. Give me 1 second, Kevin. Okay, slide 242, 243, 244, 245, 246, 247 show the existing conditions at 1547 Merriman. Back to you, Kevin.
Okay, and as you can see, these, the windows, like I said, the windows, I've had several people to try to evaluate the windows, and no one doesn't want it, I mean, no one wants to touch it. Everyone keeps giving me the same story as far as the windows are too damaged to be repaired. You could, it just touching one of the windows, fall apart with the hinges, everything comes apart. And Michael can explain to you his site visit himself, or as far as just what he saw when he was there.
Michael?
Yes, Mr. Brown called me late last week, or actually early in the week, and I made a visit out to the property on Thursday, August 27th, and basically found windows that were really just too rotted and damaged to be able to do any work on them that would allow them to be usable. I believe the pictures really do speak for themselves.
Okay.
And like I said, Michael, you know, like I said, I had was a company called Walker Construction. They also came up. Like I said, I didn't receive a report back from them, and then there was a guy who did a lot of woodwork. I don't know if you heard of him. His name is Nutter. Was a local wood craftsman for years here in the area. I didn't receive a report back from him as well. And so, like I said, everyone I talked, no one doesn't want to touch these windows. And Micah is the last person, like I said, from previously, who also was on your, one of the lists from the city as far as some of the ones, one of the contractors who actually does some of the work and restore windows. And like I said, from his previous letter, you know, he said, I mean, the windows are really damaged.
Okay. All right. Anything else, guys? Kevin, Michael?
That's pretty much it. I mean, you know, they just asked me to, you know, to get another contractor to go out there and, you know, this is where we're at again. And we just like to see that we can replace these windows.
Okay. All right. Is anyone here to speak for or against this application? Okay, commissioners, it's our time to ask questions. I'll start. Can you explain why all the windows have been taken out?
Why they've been taken out?
Yeah, I drove by and saw just boarded up spaces.
The reason why they were taken out because of the fact that they wanted the sheetrock. The house was getting wet, and they'd already done the floors in there. And so, with the floors being done, the windows were taken out because of the fact that the wood was getting wet on the floors. So that's to prevent any more damages to the floors to restore that.
I understand. Okay, and you do have the windows?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, any other questions of the applicant? Before we close, going once, going twice, unmute yourselves. Okay. All right. So we're going to close for deliberation.
Can I say something?
Please.
Commission? You know, this just reminds me of the project at 2115 Wilmore Drive, similar condition windows. That applicant had the ability to bring in a window to show the current conditions. And I feel like this might be a bit of a disadvantage to this applicant, given our virtual setting, that he's not able to come in person and show a window. It's my feeling that these windows are pretty bad.
Yeah.
But I will leave the rest of the decision up to y'all.
So agreed. I'm just going to kick it over to you, PJ, because, you know, you were pretty adamant that they get more information. Are you satisfied with this information from Mr. Kemp?
And I do want to thank the applicant for, perseverance and asking person after person after person after person. I really do appreciate that. I am of the mindset that anything and everything can be fixed. However, that's not what our guidelines say. So the applicant has made every effort to show that the 3, 4, 5 X people, that there's just people that either are not willing or not capable, just cannot repair the windows. And I think that really illustrates or reinforces how bad a shape the windows are actually in.
Yeah, I agree with you. We don't have any commissioners raising their hands right now. I'm just going to say that it would be poetic if you were the one to make a motion about these windows.
Kind of knew you were going to say that, Kim. But it's probably a good thing that they can't bring the windows in, because I believe Mr. Daedalus broke the windows in the hallway or something, bringing them in.
He trailed pieces along his path.
And that's
Yes,
a
he did.
hazard. I don't want to.
Yeah.
All right.
The only thing I would ask is that I don't know that we are super clear on what's being put back, and we are glad to work with him at the staff level on that.
Okay.
So I would like to approve this application to replace all of the windows, because the applicant has made numerous attempts and contacted numerous people to get their professional opinion on the state of the windows and that they are beyond repair. I would also like to request that the applicant work with staff on the correct windows to be used as replacements.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion?
Is it wise to add that we request that the applicant match the size, light pattern, and SDL and TDL grills for the replacement windows?
I accept that friendly amendment. Thank you.
Okay.
Sash kit replacement only to repair the wood brick mold.
Sash kit matching the same light patterns and to repair the existing brick molding.
Okay. You're still good seconding that?
Yep.
All right. Jim's still in it. So why don't, if we don't have further discussion about the motion, then let's vote. All right. Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Aye.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Murin?
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati? Yes. 10-0, the motion passes. Good luck, Kevin.
Thank you.
All right, so we are moving on to our demolition, number 7.
Hey, are the applicants on the line? Daddy?
Yeah, I'm on the line. Sorry.
Hi, welcome. Have you been sworn in?
Not yet.
Okay.
Okay. Just a moment. All right, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. This application is for a demolition of 1418 Lexington Avenue. We have digital photos of all sides of the building. We have a property survey. We have the Zotwell survey. We have drawings of the building. and those are all included in the packet. So here are the existing conditions, the adjacent structures around it, site plan, and then we have architectural drawings of the basement, first floor, and the attic, second floor. We have elevation drawings. And the Zotwall surveys are also there. They are slides 297 and 298. And this house is shown on slide 298. It's right here. And that's it. Let's turn it over to the applicant if you have anything else to add. And before you start, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yep.
Thanks.
My name is Thadi Murali, Thadi, and last name Murali. I'm the owner of 1418 Lexington Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203. Yep.
Anything you wish to add?
I mean, we wanted to do renovation. We went to architects, and then to add to this place, to add any rooms, it was very difficult. The numbers didn't add up, and they said you might as well. It's easier to build than to reconstruct or renovate on this place. So that's why we're applying for a demolition.
Okay. All right. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? All right. Commissioners, any questions of the applicant? Okay. Keep in mind, we have a two-step process for demolitions. So the first person, why don't we close for deliberation? All right, Krista?
Yes, I do have a quick question. In the drawings here, I don't know if I saw, is that a garage, a separate garage in the back?
Oh, we'll reopen.
Sorry.
No. Okay. Mr. Murali?
Yeah.
Commissioner Lineberger has a question for you.
Are you going
to?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, that's like a garage, but that's not part of the demolition.
So you're keeping that piece, you're keeping the garage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Commissioner Lineberger. We'll reclose. Anyone ready to make a motion? It's a two-parter.
Well,
Okay.
so notice in the text in the original special project, not the most efficient infrastructure.
Jim, we can't hear you.
Sorry. I noticed in Christie's summary about the project that it is not a contributing structure according to the Dilworth Historic District documents. Everybody in agreement with that? Is it a contributing structure or is it not? That makes. Right. But does the Dilworth neighborhood consider it to be a contributing structure? Yes. Yes. Would consider that. That's certainly my read on it. So.
You want to go through the sheet, Jim, and.
Well, I gotta determine which one. Right. Well, okay.
Okay.
Did I hear you say it's not a contributing structure? I must have missed that part.
It's on the National Historic Register. It is not considered it, but it is in Dilworth. It's over 50 years old. Commissioner Rumsch?
I just want to say whether it's I'm not sure what contributing exactly means, because it definitely contributes to the streetscape of the community.
Okay.
So I don't understand what the designation of contributing means if it's an important piece to the streetscape.
Okay, so refreshing everyone's memory on demolitions, there are different criteria that we look at. One, it's a material fact that this has been determined not to be contributing to the Dilworth National Register nomination. I mean, that's what the nomination states. That's not up for debate. What is up for debate is the building 50 years old or older, and is it a significant building to the local district, which I believe is what Chairman or Commissioner Hayden is saying. And then it's associated with people, has important architecture. So if it meets any one of those five, you've satisfied the test of it being having a level of significance to the local district.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
So the first thing we need to do is to determine whether we have all the information we need in this application. And it appears to me as if we do.
Agreed.
Agreed? So with that said, we need to go to the next step. I move to determine that the building has special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the Dilworth Local Historic District because it's year of construction. And that's about it. Anybody, architectural style? Okay. Because of its year of construction and architectural style. Anybody got any argument with that? We have to vote on that motion? Or do I need a second?
So who's seconding this one? Commissioner Hayden's motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Henningsen. All right. Any discussion of that motion? All right, let's vote on that. Oh, Commissioner Lineberger, yes. Commissioner Lineberger?
No, I'm sorry. Did my hand get raised by mistake?
Yes.
Sorry, apologies.
Okay. Commissioner Rumsch, did you mean to raise your hand?
No, I took my hand down and I was voting.
Okay, all right. So we are going to vote on the motion that was made by Commissioner Hayden, seconded by Commissioner Henningsen. Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Aye.
Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Walker?
She's trying.
Can't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murin?
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Peretti, yes. Motion passes 10-0.
Okay. All things being equal, I move to approve the project with 365-day stay of demolition on the building due to its significance and value toward maintaining the character of the district.
Do I hear a second?
Second, Damon.
Seconded by Commissioner Rumsch. Any discussion of the motion? Let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Aye.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Murin?
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Peretti, yes. Motion passes 10-0.
Okay, Craig, are you on the line? Craig?
Yep, I'm here.
Hi. Okay, hi. Have you been sworn in, Craig?
I have not.
Okay.
Right, if you'll raise your right hand, Craig, and respond, I do. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but?
I could sort of hear, but I do agree.
I apologize. I did not have my volume on or my microphone on. It would help if I did. So I'll do it again. Please raise your right hand and respond, I do. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, this next application is for 333 West 9th Street. It is in the 4th Ward District, and the proposal is for changes to the front elevation with a new front porch on the 2nd level and infilling kind of an inset area on the rear with a new 2-story porch. At this point, I am going to turn the application over to Craig. Craig, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yes, my name is Craig Magus, and my address is 301 Providence Road.
Great, thank you. Craig, I have the Polaris map pulled up. Did you want to start there?
Sure. Yeah, so the property is obviously a corner lot. Very, I think noticeable location directly across the street from Alexander Michaels. So we are dealing with a little bit of, I guess, fairly tight setback restrictions, and we'll sort of get into that a little bit with both the front proposed roof terrace and then also what we're doing out the back with our 2-story porch. If you can go to the next slide, Christy. So this slide is just showing some of the context, adjacent properties, and sort of the architectural style that is directly adjacent to our property. Next slide. So site plan, this identifies some of the setbacks that we're dealing with. Can speak a little bit about the front roof terrace. We initially were considering extending that out to the limits of the second floor as far as the exterior wall at the left corner, but due to the setback there, we pulled that back, and once we get to the exterior elevations, you'll see that we're pulled it back to correspond to the existing porch column spacing on the main level. And looking at the site plan as well, we are showing the new 2-story porch up the rear. And in order to access both levels of that porch, we're proposing a new steel spiral stair. The main reasoning for that is just for the limited amount of space that we have to work with, again, with the setback there. So we are abiding with the zoning ordinance that allows a little bit of a projection into that side yard setback. And that's what our spiral stair allows us to achieve. Next slide, please. So the floor plans, the first floor, looking at essentially what we're proposing, in addition to the upper level section of that front porch, we are looking at redoing the exterior materials. Currently, there's a metal siding on the home. We are proposing to put that back more or less to what the original, which would be a beveled wood siding. We're also proposing to change out the metal ceiling of that porch to a wood ceiling. We do have a little bit of interior, but I don't think that that's going to sort of looking at the rear left portion of the home. There's an existing bathroom, and
and sort of a bedroom, but we are upfitting that space, not making any changes to the exterior related to that. But you could see it at the rear of the property. We are proposing to demolish the existing rear access to accommodate our new 2-story porch at the back. Next slide, please. So the second floor plan, essentially the drawing on the right, the proposed new work. Can see the roof terrace that we're proposing above the existing front porch. There is an existing window where we are showing that door access from the second floor. So we're indicating that door essentially in the same location as the window, would be replacing that window for that roof terrace access from the second floor. And then out the back with our access to our second story rear porch, fairly straightforward. There are there's, I want to say 3 windows that we are proposing to remove to allow a door and flanking windows to access that second level of the 2-story rear porch. Next slide, please. The front elevation of the home, you could see on the left side the existing conditions and what we're proposing to remove with what we're dashing in. So you can see there's that existing window there centered on the front gable. That same location is essentially where our new door access would be. You can see that we're also, in addition to replacing the bevel siding throughout the home, within the gables, we're proposing to come in with a cedar shingle, thinking that a fish scale configuration would be in keeping and would really, I think, highlight some of the Victorian aspects of the home. We're also proposing on the front elevation, you can see it just to the right where there's that chamfered corner of that front gable. Based on original photos of the home, it looks like there was a wood bracket, a decorative bracket that somewhat of an OG shape that extended out and sort of, at least visually looked like it was supporting that sort of right side of the gable as it cantilevered out. We're proposing to put that back, essentially restoring what was original to the home there. There's a guard, decorative spindles sort of playing off of what the existing first floor. You could see our support system for the guardrails, essentially taking cues from the front columns and the spacing there. So trying to keep that front roof terrace, modest, but again, coordinated with a lot of the massing that exists on the front of the home. Next slide, please. This is the left side elevation. So you can see the elevation below, how the front roof terrace, you could obviously get a visual of that. But it's set back from the corner again, really in response to the setback, but I think it plays off nicely, just keeping it a little bit more concise. At the rear of the home, that's where we have the side elevation of our new 2-story porch with the spiral stair access. Next slide, please. And then the rear elevation, can see at the left side of, I guess it'll be detail 2, the existing conditions. So there's a existing porch that we would be removing, and then there's a little bit of a shed roof that covers that existing sort of niche, if you will, that we're going to be filling in with our 2-story. And then you can see the 3 windows above that would change into the center door with the flanking windows as we're proposing. We do have, in addition to the spiral stair access on the second floor, there is a little bit of a roof access that would be from an interior roof hatch, if you will, that could access the very top of our two-story porch. Next slide, please. Right side elevation, I think just sort of looking at the overall massing, the bottom elevation just indicating again on the left side our new front porch access with the raised terrace, and then at the back the two-story. I think again fairly modest. We're not really projecting all that great a distance out the back with the two-story, and obviously keeping within all the existing massing of the home. And we do have an article as well. Christy, I want to say yes, that thank you for pulling that up. That was provided, just great to see the insight into the history of the home the owner provided. And there is indication in the article that the home, I want to say as it exists, or at least pre-1980, before this article and the owners were going about their renovations, that there was evidence of a two-story rear porch out the back. So essentially we feel like we're restoring that component to the original condition of the home.
Okay, is that it?
That's everything that I have.
Okay. All right, Craig. Is there anyone here to speak for or against this application? Nope. All right, commissioners, questions of the applicant? Commissioner Barth.
I just have one question, excuse me. And this may be a drawing consistency one. If you could, trees right there on that front elevation. So on the existing elevation, you're still showing an OG bracket in the existing. I don't see it being there on street view. And then the trim around the doors and windows, you're showing a rosette in each corner. Is that something that you're going to be adding, or does it exist?
Yes, to answer your first question, and as I was reviewing the drawings myself, I did spot that bracket. Yes, that bracket does not exist currently, and we are showing that as a new item. So that was a little bit of a drawing mishap there. But as far as the rosettes go, yes, we're also proposing to restore those. The front door currently has those rosettes, to my knowledge. And I want to say if that is not necessarily, and I want to go back to some of the earlier photos. I want to say that the 1970s photos show some of those rosettes. So we're really trying to restore a lot of the existing features of the home. And that's indicating as far as the new proposed work there.
Okay, and the existing siding is aluminum, you said?
It's a metal siding, assuming it's an aluminum type of a siding, yes.
And the soffits are vinyl? Or aluminum as well?
Yeah, I want to say that they're aluminum as well. So we're really taking all of those existing components, the metal exterior cladding away and putting back wood for all those different elements.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions, commissioners?
Yeah, I got some.
Okay, PJ?
Yeah, a couple of questions. Do you have any evidence that on the front elevation, there were fish scales in that dormer?
I have not seen any evidence of that. That's something that in just, considering the different cues, some, Victorian cues, just to play up the gable a little bit more, we thought that would be, a nice feature to have.
And the same thing with the rosettes on this specific house. Okay.
Yes, the rosettes, again, want to refer back to I'm trying to pull up as well on my computer just some existing photos. And I think they may be a little bit challenging to really zoom in, but there seems to be evidence from some of those existing photos of these rosettes. I know on the interior of the home, some of the interior casing does have that. I want to say, Christy, the center image that you have, and I'm going to pull that up myself as well to see if I can.
So
Christy, am I on?
slide 307, if you'll look to where I'm pointing, I think it says late 1970s. I zoomed in on this photo. They did have the traditional Victorian casing that is also seen on slide 306. I believe this house, it's kind of a pinkish one-story house, and this house as well, which are, I think, 2 and 3 houses down the street, also have that same traditional Victorian molding. So I can confirm that we do have
Okay,
photographic evidence of that.
okay, perfect. And last question, have you looked behind the aluminum siding?
I have not personally, no. Whether or not, there is any evidence of wood siding there, that's obviously going to be something that we would, be interested to sort of see what they in fact have. What we're proposing is a bevel siding, which is obviously a very historical type of a cladding. But yes, I have not looked behind the existing metal siding.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I had a question. I missed something, Mr. Magus. I think you mentioned on the back side of the house. If we could go to that for a second.
Slide 313?
Sure. Yeah, you
Christy, am I on?
I think, did I hear you say that there was only like hatch access to that top porch that you have up there?
That's correct. So to the very top level, which would essentially be the, more or less a third, the attic level, if you will, there's an interior hatch that from within the interior of the home that would access that location. So that would show up if you go back to slide, it's the second floor, sheet A1.2. You'll see essentially centered on our new doorway, getting a roof hatch there within that back hall.
Craig, am I circling it correctly?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And so if you look at slide 314, it would be approximately towards the back. Is this right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And did I hear Don Duffy on the phone?
The pictures from the 80s show that what it looks to be like asbestos siding on the second story.
Okay.
And maybe German siding on the main story. And then the end gable facing the street, the corbel bracket is visible, and it also looks like asbestos siding in the end gable.
Okay.
And there are rosettes on the center door, and there's actually a rosette on what looks like a left door that I believe now is a window.
Right.
When
Okay.
this house, I think, was a duplex or a rental of many rooms. It had many openings for people to enter their apartment.
Right. 1950s, it was a duplex.
This is the image, I think, that shows the people having a party in the front yard.
Yes. Slide 307, and I've zoomed in as far as I can go. You can see the 2 doors on the front in kind of the sepia tone photo, and then right below it with the party. If you zoom in, you can definitely see the Victorian molding.
So there is a Victorian around the corner that has that fish scale look that you all are talking about with the cedar shingles, but it's a lot more elaborate than this particular home. Do you have any precedent for a home like this having that particular style
that particular feature added?
Not beyond the location that we've identified, but I know throughout Charlotte, I feel very confident I would be able to locate precedent residences that do have that type of a fish scale shingle.
519's got a type of fish scale 2-tone. I think it's a very common detail of the Victorian houses for the end gables to be decorated differently than the main block, in terms of just historical precedent.
Are those on slide 306 by any chance?
No, I'm just going through some pictures in our file of just walking the neighborhood.
Typically, commissioners, we look.
519.
It's not there.
It's not here.
No,
Okay.
typically we ask for that to be provided.
Okay. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, did you say you found precedents for a second story porch such that you're presenting here in the front?
The article that I think it was one of the last slides that Christy pulled up, there is a statement that indicates that there was a two-story, it's highlighted there, a two-story porch on the rear of the home.
On the rear of the home.
Yes.
All right. Any other questions, commissioners, before we close for deliberation?
Yes. I don't find any precedent for the second story front porch.
No, yeah, that's what I was asking.
There are a couple of historic houses in Fourth Ward that have second story front porches. They were part of the original architecture and are very much, they look like they belong. Clearly not an add-on or anything else. I mean, it's the way the house was originally designed. I studied this house. I walk by it every day. And since I saw this application, I have trouble picturing that second story porch working up there and belonging on that corner.
Craig, you want to speak to that, or?
Well, I know that it's a different use of the structure, but directly across from our property, there's Alexander Michaels, which, has the second story porch on the front.
Yeah, it's been there since day one.
Is different and, with the original, but, we feel that the way that we're, with the massing of it and the way that we're not overpowering the existing main level porch, that that it's a feature that is again in keeping with the overall map, and it does present a little bit of a unique I guess opportunity that wasn't afforded the original home, but we feel that it's appropriate and not only scale but also just an active street and to provide more interest along that.
Okay. Any other questions or comments, commissioners? Going once, going twice. All right, we will close for deliberation. Jill, you want to lead us in this one?
Well, I think some of the front porch issue can be looked at via the Secretary of the Interior standards. Rather than read them all, I think number 3 is one to think about.
Mm-hmm.
He wants me to read that out loud, but the lack of precedence for that second story porch concerns me, both in the neighborhood and on the house itself. I can see the back. Back is kind of okay with me.
Okay. Any other thoughts, commissioners? I mean, it's a very simple structure, and everything from the fish scale cedar shakes to the porch on the primary facade just seems to be out of character, according to, as Jill pointed out, the Secretary of Interior standards point. So, Commissioner.
No, I mean, I absolutely agree. I really, excuse me, I agree with the staff comments and such that if we just kind of go through the 3 or 4 things that they're asking to be, that are on the application. I mean, the front porch, front porches are critical to the integrity of the historic district, right, to the historic neighborhood. And there's no precedent for this type of simple Victorian house to have a second story. It originally had a 1-story porch, so it should remain, just like the application we had 2 or 3 ago. This front porch should remain 1 story. The fish scaling, I'm of the opinion, if they had some pictures of the house originally that had the fish scaling, that would be justification to install that type of shake on there. But since there isn't, then I don't think that warrants a change. That's enough to justify a change. As for the siding, I mean, we shouldn't replace it with something. We don't know what's underneath there. We should repair what's rotted and retain what's, retain the original wood and the original style of what's underneath the aluminum siding. Granted, if there's no wood underneath the aluminum siding, that's a different conversation, right? But we don't know. As for the 2nd-story porch on the rear, there's precedence, and it's on the rear. It's not visible. So in summary, those are kind of my thoughts on those 4 points.
It is visible, though. It's a corner lot. Commissioner Heineman?
Right. I take that back.
As I've been going through it, I've been sort of referring to my handy Bible of field study houses. And in this style, I think, obviously, Don Duffy has a great deal of experience with the guidelines and understands them extremely well, also has a mastery of historic architecture. So I know he knows what he's doing. In this style, they do specifically cite the 2nd-story porch over the entry as being typical of a significant proportion of this type of house, and the fish scale shingles in the gable ends as being typical of this type of house. So I think probably the question that's posed to us is not whether or not they're historically appropriate, but falls back to really Jill's reference to the Secretary of Interior's guideline number 3, which is the narrative of the house, and what PJ is referencing, which is needing to understand what is underneath the metal.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Commissioner Rumsch?
I hesitate to go against what staff has kind of recommended, but I feel this is a wonderful addition to this house, and I understand that it may not be original to the house, but it is changing with the times, and I think we're supposed to consider that. I mean, when I first saw this before all the conversations, I thought, what a great design. So I'm sorry that and I understand if it can't be, if it goes against our guidelines, but I think it's a shame.
Looking at the Secretary of Interior standards, I think it does make sense to read it out loud. Number 2, the historic character of a property shall be retained and preserved. The removal of historic materials or alteration of features and spaces that characterize a property shall be avoided. 5, distinctive features, finishes, and construction techniques. Well, we can skip that one. I don't think that really speaks to it. Definitely 2, though.
And 3.
And 3. Each property shall be recognized as a physical record of its time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historical development, such as adding conjectural features or architectural elements from other buildings, shall not be undertaken. So we have thoughts on both sides of the coin. Anyone feel particularly passionate enough to make a motion and see where the commission stands?
I have a question. Christie, do we know, was this an original Fourth Ward house? Or is this, did this, on this lot, or was when all Fourth Ward was
I don't,
upgraded in the late 70s and 80s, was it moved?
I don't know. The pictures would indicate that it was there, given the condition of this picture shown on 307 and how run down and dilapidated it was. And
Yeah.
then the picture, so this, I believe, is the
Probably
applicant
there.
stated from the 50s.
Yep.
And then this was from the 70s.
Right.
My gut reaction is it was probably there, but I cannot.
That's my thought too.
Okay.
And the other thing the other point that I wanted to make was this particular piece of 9th Street, this block of 9th Street, probably has some of, if not the best of the examples of this architecture that we have in the city. And they have all been extremely well loved and taken care of. And I think if this house was there, it should stay the way it was. And maybe we'll learn a whole lot more when they peel off the siding and that kind of thing. But at this point in time, I have a problem with that second story porch on the front. The back, I have no reservations at all about. Pine Street in that area is a hodgepodge of new and old and everything, very contemporary, but also some very spectacular Victorian houses. It's just a mix. And so that back doesn't bother me a bit what's happening there. With that front is, I just don't feel it belongs with the rest of the houses on that block.
That sounds like a motion.
Well, my motion would be, if I had to make a motion, I'd make a motion that we deny the second story porch on the front and that we approve everything else.
Including the fish scales?
Yeah, I think it's highly likely you're going to find that they might have been there. I mean, the period when it was built, it would have been, a simple little detail like that. It wasn't ridiculously expensive back in those days.
Okay.
I second, Emma.
Did you say you second, Commissioner Rumsch?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So we have a motion made by Commissioner Hayden, seconded by Commissioner Rumsch, and Commissioner Barth has put his hand up and taken it down.
I put it back up as a question. Should we not be continuing the siding pending further investigation, or is that a vote for the motion?
It can go either way. You can typically, if they're removing siding, staff works with them on that. If you're asking them to repair what's there, as presented, they're asking to remove the aluminum and do a total replacement. So you would just need to have the motion, stipulate that you're seeking repair first. And if it extends way beyond repair or something isn't there, then we would of course bring it back to the commission. Excellent question.
Can I ask that Commissioner Hayden reconsider a continuance on that instead, pending investigation, rather than just approving replacement without knowing what's underneath?
I'm okay with that, but is there not the potential for staff to make that call?
Yeah, I think the change would be to approve the removal of the metal siding and to work with staff on repair of the existing, and that you're not approving total replacement of all the siding. And then pending that investigation, staff will help them determine which way it goes from there.
I'm good with
that. So you're not tying the project up.
Cool.
Got it?
Yeah, somebody will get that.
You can just say.
I will accept that friendly amendment.
Okay. You can say you're denying the second story porch in the front and denying the total replacement of any original siding.
Okay.
That would be a simplification.
But, I mean,
Well, you're just denying it right now because you don't have the information.
Okay, then,
What's your
Or
concern?
could we not say approve replacement pending the applicant work with staff upon removal of existing siding?
So staff never goes to the point of approving total replacement siding without seeing the condition, and that comes to the commission. So, I mean, all you would be denying is removal of historic original material if it is there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's his motion. You can do what you will.
Yeah, okay.
okay, we'll, whatever she said is what the motion says.
Commissioner Hayden, you don't want to see precedent for the fish scales?
Yeah, I do. So again, we're going to deny the second story front porch, and we're going to deny removal of all siding.
Just any removal of any historic siding.
We're going to deny removal of any historic siding.
Yes.
Until we.
And to direct the applicant to work with staff.
Okay, that's easy. I can remember that.
Okay.
Who made the second? Damon.
Wait.
You okay with that, Damon?
Are you going to speak to the fish?
Yes, I'm fine with
Yeah,
that.
that I consider,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And then
Do you need it restated, Candy? Yeah.
Okay.
Let's give
This'll take
Commissioner Hayden a
second.
minute.
This will take a second. All right, this is progress.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yes. I'm working on writing it, then I can restate it. Okay.
Commissioner Hayden's a champ. He goes from not having to write any motions to writing all the motions, or at least some of them. Okay, sure. Commissioner Ramsch?
Yes.
Your hand is up. Did you want to say something?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't take it down.
And who's the other one, Cindy? Commissioner Walker? You found your hand and now it's still up.
Sorry. I'll find it again and put it down.
Okay, I'm ready. Do you want to say something? Yes. I have. You into two motions?
Two separate motions.
Okay. Really gonna make it. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right, I move to 1, deny second story front porch, deny removal of historic siding, deny use of fish scale siding without evidence of it being there previously.
Second.
Second.
Seconded
okay.
by Commissioner Ramsch.
Seconded by Commissioner
And
Ramsch.
let's go ahead and vote on that one. Okay. All right. So we have a motion made by Commissioner Hayden, seconded by Commissioner Ramsch. Any discussion of the motion? Okay. So let's take a vote. Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner
Heineman, Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Jessica? Okay,
Can you hear me?
now I can. Commissioner Barth,
Aye.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. 10-0. All right, part
Okay, the
two.
second motion is to approve the rear two-story porch addition as designed.
Do I have a second?
Second, Damon.
Seconded, motion made by Commissioner Hayden, seconded by Commissioner Rumsch. Any discussion of the motion? Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch. Commissioner Rumsch.
I said yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Aye.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes, 10-0. All right. Thank you so much, Craig. Okay. We are, the time right now, you guys, is 5:10. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 cases in 2 hours.
5 cases in 2 hours.
Yes.
Do you need a break? Would you like to keep going? What's the word?
This is Jessica. I need a bathroom.
Keep going.
5 minutes? Okay.
Kristen,
All right,
before we break, can I
Yes.
be dismissed, please?
Yes, and I believe Commissioner Walker also needs to be dismissed.
Thank you.
Okay, so let the record show that Commissioner Barth and Commissioner Walker have left the building.
Thank you, guys.
Bye. Okay.
Okay, we are back. Before we get to agenda item number 9, we have a quick announcement from our attorney, Andrea Leslie Feit. And we wanted to be sure to fit this in just in case the meeting either ran long, but it's an important announcement. So I'm going to turn the floor over to Andrea.
Good evening, commissioners. I'll be quick. I wanted to inform you all that this is going to be my last meeting. I am going to be departing from the city attorney's office at the end of the month on September 25th. And so this is my last meeting with you all. It's been a complete pleasure to serve you all and to work with you. I've learned so much from you. It's just been an amazing 3 years, believe it or not. It's been 3 years, but it's been an amazing, amazing run. And I want to thank each and every one of you for your support and for being patient with me as I learned about all of these different things that I knew nothing about coming into it. But you all have been amazing. And it's on good terms. I can't wait to share the good news with you all about where I'm going and what I'll be doing. And I will share that later this month, but I'm not at liberty to do that now. But I wanted to let you all know. So thank you again.
Well, thank you, Andrea. Yeah. So with that said,
Yeah. I tried that already, PJ. Apparently, Andrea's not good with that. I would like to add that we are working on the research project, and we will continue to do that, and that is not being left high and dry. Andrea's been awesome. We've been having regular meetings, and it is well underway. So,
right. And thanks to Christy for her hard work as well. And we will have that well underway before I leave. So you will not be left high and dry on that.
All right. Congratulations to you. We can't wait to hear the wonderful news.
Thank you.
And we will miss you. So
yes, very, very much. Okay, we are going to switch back to our regularly scheduled agenda with agenda item number 9. Nick, are you on?
I am. I'm here with Stephen Overcash. How are y'all?
Wonderful. Hi, guys.
Good to see you.
Have y'all been sworn in?
We have not. We listened to
Okay.
a few, but have not been on.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, Nick and Stephen, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I did. I do.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Y'all saw this project exactly a year ago.
Was it?
Yes, in September, and it was approved. As the project has progressed and they've identified tenants, there are a few tweaks to fenestration, window and door changes, and there is a minor change to the addition off of 513. Originally, if you'll recall, the building went, this is slide 320, and this is 513 that I'm circling. The building went all the way back with this dotted line, but the applicant successfully showed back in last September of 2019 that this was a later addition, and it was sort of a haphazard addition. And y'all approved that to be demolished and removed, and this was to be sort of an open air seating area at the far back, and they were going to do just a 1-story addition that ran with the roof height. Given the unique circumstances of this building, and you'll note there is a building right here, right next to it, they are seeking to add, and it is on page 322, on the kind of in the middle. You'll see right here and right here, they're raising the ridge just a little bit, and you can also see it right here. And it's going to pop up behind, and they're going to have a few clear story windows just to get light into the space. And the ridge line of this addition is equal to the height of the existing ridge of the original barrel roof of the next door building at 515. all of the changes are outlined on slide 322 and called out in the call out boxes to show what the differences are. I've also included the stamped plans that were approved previously by the commission so you can see the changes that are being proposed. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Nick and Stephen. If y'all would state your names and your addresses for the commission and then further explain the project.
Nick Lischerong, 3100 Cambridge Road, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28209.
Stephen Overcash, 2010 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, 28203.
Thank you both. Okay, it's all yours.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think what might be easiest is to address the clear story edition first. And if you can scroll, let's see, I have different numbering on mine, but to the first, I guess, color rendering. Yes. So the elevations that you saw a second ago were, call it from 20 feet in the air, just to give you the full spectrum of the elevation itself. But if you were to go across Mint Street and look at the building, you actually wouldn't be able to see the clear story addition that we're adding. So I think just from an overall aesthetic, it's pretty minimal. But some reasons why we need to add that, one is we'd like to add some natural light, but two, the way the original roof pitch of that building runs is front to back. And right now, if you went to where this clear story addition is added, your roof height right there is probably, or ceiling height inside is probably maybe 10 feet, and it goes down to something which would be very unusable, maybe 7 feet. So just to keep the drainage pitch, we have to elevate the roof front to back just so that it's actually functional space when you get to the rear of the building itself. So that's really the reason for that clear story addition. Yeah, there's a side rendering as well. And yeah, to give you an idea of that.
That's slide 325?
Yes. Yes. Next slide. So that's really probably the primary, I guess, modification here. In addition to that, we would like to review the lighting, and we've highlighted that back on A201. It has all the specs for the height, size, dimensions, etc.
Slide 322.
And in addition to that, also shown on this same slide for approval would be the awnings that are above most of the windows on the front elevation of the building, the Mint Street elevation. And then, let's see, I'm not sure there are even any on the side. No, and there are none down the side. So it's really just along that front elevation. The last item for approval is going to be the murals, which I know we've had some discussion about previously. Again, I think there were some issues with maybe I don't know, free speech and some other things, but our intent would be gold themed murals, so it's nothing crazy and no like arms hanging off the wall or crazy stuff. So I think we'd certainly like that. Or we do have two tenants that we've been in discussions with that like that idea. Everyone we've talked to seems to be proponents of it, but of course we'd be interested in questions or thoughts you have regarding those. With that, I think that's everything. The only thing we would be proposing to have come back through would be tenant-driven signage, the locations of which, at least in general, are shown, but those would certainly be modified and more exact upon review. So I think with that, we welcome questions or comments, etc.
Nick, I'm so sorry, but I did not include the murals as part of this because on slide 2, hold on the slide that's currently on the screen, 322, there are specific notes on that page that says the mural is to be submitted separately for future approval. It also said that, but I thought there were awnings, the aluminum awnings would be submitted by others as well. So the only things, and that's based on the notes on the plans, the proposed plans that y'all provided. It was my understanding that this project was simply limited to the rear addition with the clear story and the lighting, and that any awning, signage, and murals would be coming back to the commission.
So the awnings the murals would be fine. The awnings, and as I'm looking at this, I don't see those specs. We have those identified.
Yeah, it says at the bottom corner of A201, prefabricated aluminum awning by others, and it also, it's above the front windows on 1513. And it was my understanding by that note that this was to come back. So I did not review that, and I have not provided any of that information to the commission. Okay.
Yeah, I think what that was is that those would be supplied by another, like ultimately they'd be a infield spec from an awning installer. But I mean, I guess they're gonna look exactly like what's shown on the building, on the rendering, and even I guess the elevation as well. So that's what we would be
Right there.
hoping to have approved.
I would like to get those approved.
Staff's opinion is they're not appropriate for building 1513.
Not
Take it for what you
Will
will.
you say that?
Sure. So, given the design and historic elements of building 1513 and the lack of awnings on this building, especially with the historic transom windows, it would be my opinion that it would not be an appropriate feature to add to that particular building. I don't have as much, issues with the other building, but I'm not sure that it quite fits with the architecture of 1513.
Okay, so should we just move forward with what we were given and what we're ready to hear? Okay.
Hey, actually, Christy, if you could, can you go back to the original approval slide that shows all these awnings, and this was approved?
No, it was not. The awnings were not part of the original approval. If you'll notice, in the approval does not include signage, murals, awnings, or lighting for 1513, 1515, or 1521. All of those things were to come back to the commission.
Okay, so just to clarify, which awnings would not be approved? All of them or just the ones on 1513?
That will be up to the commission.
Okay.
And lighting, I thought lighting.
Yeah, and lighting, so lighting we do have for approval, correct?
You have lighting. I have according to these plans, it shows that the rear addition with the clear story addition, the lighting were the two items for approval. And then the murals and awnings were to come back.
Okay, so I mean, I think we'd be open to feedback and maybe direction on which of the awnings shown would be approved and or what modifications would be needed. The awnings, I mean, I think the murals I think are pretty straightforward in the locations. So, I mean, I think we would ask for some sort of approval on those if we can, just because, and or clear direction of what we would need to come back with. But
So since it wasn't part of the approval, it was not a part of the application. Staff did not opine on that and did not provide the commission any sort of information in the memo. And we also provide legal notices to everyone in the neighborhood. And, all the information that we are looking at are included in the memo and in this legal notice. I don't think, since I'm going to ask our attorney, but since it was not part of the application, I don't think the commission can vote on that today since it was not submitted and for review.
That's correct. And in addition to it not being reviewed by the commission, it's not been noticed, I would imagine,
Right.
for the public to be able to review and opine on. So the notice and due process concerns would preclude it as well.
okay, so then to simplify, we're just going to strike murals entirely from the project. And what we'd be looking for today is approval on the clear story addition, the lighting, and then just some sort of, I guess, conversation around the awnings on which locations would be appropriate, and I guess just design aesthetic, again, as shown currently in these renderings.
Okay, that would be fine. All right. Okay, so do you guys have anything else you want to add before we move on, Nick?
I think that's everything. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone here to speak for or against this application? Commissioners? Questions of the applicants?
Hey guys, PJ here. I just want to make sure that we're reviewing and approving the right thing. So let's just go building by building. So 1513. Does that have a clear story?
Yes.
So 1513, you're asking for approval on the clear story and the lighting.
Correct. And again, the clear story is not visible from Mint Street.
1515, obviously you're asking for the lighting. Is there a clear story on 1515 as well?
No, there's not.
Okay. And then 1521 is just lighting.
1521 is just a parking lot.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
Any other questions of the applicant? Okay. Well, then let's close for deliberation. Chris Murin, you want to kick us off here?
Yeah, sure. I mean, everything that I'm seeing together on the topics of the lighting and then with the clear story look to be in congruence. I mean, the fact I think the applicant did a great job showing that perspective across the street, because so many people kind of leave that out of what it is, especially in, the elevation itself can be deceiving. So to me, it doesn't change or alter the building. It gives it a second life, and especially these older buildings gives the opportunity for natural light and natural features. So I think from everything I'm seeing that it looks good. Open it up to anybody else that might have comments. Actually, I have a question though, I guess for staff and Christy. What are we to look at for the light? I mean, is it an issue of how many candles are hitting the ground, or what is there actually to review without picking the design of the fixture form?
Sure, it's the design and the direction of the light. For these, it looks like they're pretty standard downward directed lights.
Sure.
And similar to what you approved on other portions of this project. So the buildings 1537, 1529, and it was just that they were three separate applications because they're kind of three separate projects. And as we went along, they made decisions on lighting for the other projects, but they've just kind of come back for lighting on this project.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right. Any other questions of Nick and Steven?
Actually, yeah. Is there any, I'm looking through the application. Where's the detail on the materials for the clear story? Am I missing it or?
I'm looking at this now. Yeah, we have set. Let's see if it's on here. No, I don't think that that detail's not on here. Okay. Although, let's see here. I think the windows are 8.
I think they're W9, it looks like on your elevations. So window 16.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so, I mean, can you help translate that into English? I mean, what slide? Maybe give me a quadrant on a slide or?
upper left, right under the biggest sheet of the group, right under the word proposed.
Scroll to the elevation.
Top left corner there.
Top left.
Okay, thank you. And what about the material of the clear story that's not glass? And do you have dimensions? And I mean, I see height, and I see that it's not exceeding the height of the barrel roof.
We'd be proposing stucco, which is the same material as part of the barrel roof section.
Yeah.
Stucco? All right, is that anywhere on the application or?
No, it may not be on here.
Yeah, I don't see dimensions on the windows either. I don't know. I mean, I almost feel like this application.
The dimensions are on the up left on the proposed window. 16.
I think he's looking for the actual building structure, not the window.
I mean, I got to be honest, guys. This is probably. I mean, I've looked at one or two applications. This is probably, in my time here, this is probably the most difficult application to decipher I think I've ever seen.
So the clear story is 3 feet 2 inches above the existing roof line, which is shown on the diagram, bottom right. And the window dimensions are shown in window 16.
Okay. So what's the total height of the clear story? I see that it clears the roof line by 3 foot 2 inches. And how far is that? What's the total height from the actual roof? I don't know. I mean, I shouldn't have, I guess my point is I shouldn't have to ask all these questions to decipher it. So
There's really no parapet there. So if it's 3 feet 2 above what you see there, probably 3 foot 8 inches. There's very little parapet on. There you go, right there. Yeah,
Fourth elevation of slide 322. Right here, it's dashed in, and you can see the original parapet.
Right.
Kind of steps down towards the back of the property.
Correct. Side view. And you see where we bump it up. It doesn't really matter what it is above the roof. It's what it is. You don't see it. So it doesn't really matter if it's 3 foot 2 or 4 feet. That drawing there on the bottom pretty much describes the bump up.
Well, I mean, it kind of goes back to having accurate drawings that reflect what you're going to actually build. So in the event that you do it right or wrong, we've got something to compare it against. I don't know. I don't want to decipher this anymore. My opinion is vote. My recommendation would be we vote on the lighting and then continue the clear story for you guys to come back with accurate drawings with dimensions and everything.
I agree with you completely. This is Damon.
Okay. Damon agrees. Commissioner Marin.
Yeah, I think the experience PJ's showing definitely would side with him on that. I mean, I was kind of giving the benefit of the doubt of that clear story being a matching brick as shown in the perspective. But the fact that that is something different, that is not, I think the thread on the sweater is being pulled, so.
And in the end, that's still, okay, right? Because they still want to come back to talk about awnings and murals, right?
Yeah.
So just add the clear story to that.
Right.
What you don't see in this elevation is you've got a building right up against that wall. There's probably a couple of feet. So we pulled that building off to show this elevation. So you really don't see the bump up. I mean, we have details. We had details submitted to the building standards department. We didn't think it was that important if you didn't really see something as you go back to Mint Street. If you don't see it, we just want natural light. It's not a design element really, because you don't really see it. You see the building there, it covers it up. Max and Lola's covers it up.
But I think what they're saying, Stephen, is that it's there. And so because it's there, we need it documented. Commissioner Heineman,
But you want to know what it looks like. There you go, right there.
Commissioner Heineman.
I have some questions about some of the other changes in the drawings that are not bubbled, and I want to make sure that we're covered on these. The current story itself and the change in the elevation at the back of the building, I don't, in principle, have any problem with. I do think we need the appropriate documentation in place. If I'm looking side by side at the stamped approved drawings, it looks like there have been some changes to the masonry and fenestration on the front west elevation. It looks like the proportions of the windows on the south elevation have changed. It looks like in the back, this would be the east elevation. I see where we're bubbling the one change to remove the storefront for the drainage issues, but the entrance on the other side appears to be a new storefront configuration and a larger opening. And then I understand that the other side of that is actually a different wall, right? Because we're talking about a completely different rear elevation for that part of 1513. But I think we need some explanation of the changes to the approved drawings otherwise.
So the window, the storefront on the left, there's a topography issue there with where the water just basically will end up running against that building.
Well, hold on, back up. Let's make sure and sorry to interrupt. I can't tell what any of these changes are from what was approved and what you're proposing. We don't even have a slide up in the WebEx. So,
Sorry, if we can go back to A201.
Thank you.
And if we can, assuming you're able to zoom in on the east elevation. So the window, the storefront on the left there originally went all the way to the ground. Our contractor determined that there would be some potential water intrusion issues there. So we've proposed to raise the bottom of that up and keep brick below it, matching brick. The window, the storefront on the right, after the contractor re-examining the lintels, there used to be a roll-up door that's been bricked in. This is replacing that existing penetration. So the original penetration is now the dimensions that's being shown on this elevation.
So sorry, are you saying in the approved drawings, because in the approved drawings, we were assuming that the bricked up garage door opening was going to be restored and filled with storefront, and you're saying the dimensions of it were just different?
They were inaccurate. The original, it's the inside, the outside don't match. The approved drawings would match the inside from a LiDAR scan. The revised drawings would match the actual outside, but unless you go and like really look at that brick, it's hard to tell exactly where that was. What's shown now is reopening the original openings.
Can you show us what the picture of that corner looks like today?
I'm sure there's one we've definitely submitted those photos before, so there should be one in the historic packet.
Yeah, and I apologize for being frustrated with you guys. It's just really hard to kind of decipher all these things. Mm-hmm. So anything you can do just to help us all with the explanations, what was there before, what you're proposing now. Side-by-side pictures always help. No, I know.
Okay. Any other questions before we close? All right, let's close. So do we want to address the lighting first? Because it sounds like we need information that we don't have. Commissioner Heineman.
I'm fine with the lighting. Looks fine.
Okay.
That line's great.
All right. Are we in agreement that we need more information before we're able to approve the addition?
The addition and the fenestration changes.
The addition and the fenestration
Any other-
changes, and the murals and the awnings.
Anything not lighting.
Yeah, anything not lighting, we need to, it sounds like we need to see them again. I can't make a motion. Is anyone, who's ready to make one?
I mean, I'm more than happy to make a motion. I mean, I make a motion to approve the lighting because the lighting is not incongruous with the district. It's going to be great. I'd make a motion to continue this application to provide accurate drawings and more detail on the clear story, on any fenestration changes, on the
awnings
and murals. And this includes dimension for everything, dimensions, materials, and just a recommendation. If we could, if you could show us side by side what you're changing, what's there today, and then what you're proposing to do or change.
Do I hear a second for
TJ,
that?
that's not a recommendation. That's actually the way that our application requirements are.
Second.
Commissioner Hayden?
Friendly amendment to have a comparison of what was there, what we previously approved, what they're.
We can't hear you.
Sorry. We would like a comparison of what the original was, what the existing was, what was originally approved, and what you're asking for now in the way of fenestration changes, opening changes, and the clear story.
I accept that.
Okay.
That's great.
Who's seconding this motion?
Yeah, I second.
Okay, seconded by Damon. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch?
Yes.
Commissioner Murin?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker? That's right. Commissioner Brooks left. Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati? Yes, 8-0. All right. I have to recuse for this next one. Your first, PJ, have you done this before?
No.
Yay. You can do this. Here's the little cheat sheet of all the commissioners. Okay. Okay, we are on application number 10. Jason, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Hi, we can. Welcome. Jason,
Thank
have
you.
you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay.
Hey, Jason, will you please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question? Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, this next application is 604 South Summit Avenue. And it is an application to do an addition to the front porch. They are going to extend the concrete area. It currently only goes from the driveway to the front door, and they want to extend it full width across the whole front of the building. And then they want to add roof structures over the two side front patios, because right now there is just a central portico. And you can see it here on existing conditions on 331. So I'm pointing out behind these bushes, there's the patio, it ends right here, and they want to extend it over here to the left side. Jason, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay.
Oh, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Jason Clark, 604 South Summit Avenue, Wesley Heights.
Great. And start wherever you'd like to describe the project.
Okay. Just for starters, well, we bought this house 4 years ago, 2016, and we did do a renovation out of the back. And if you'll look on this slide at the rear photo, you'll notice that the roof or the shingles are new. And if you look on all the other photos, you'll see the roof is not new. So we intentionally did not reshingle that because we knew we had a greater problem to address. And what I did not give you a photo of is the interior, but when we moved in, there was water damage all across the front of the house. So from one wall all the way to the other, entirely across the front, we had to replace the first 2 feet of hardwoods inside the subfloor, as well as a few supporting members. So that's why we didn't replace those shingles, because we knew we'd have to do something about that water intrusion. If you go to the next slide. Go one more, if you don't mind. You'll see the circles I put on there. You'll see areas where it penetrates the front of the house, the wall. And then the other areas, we get standing water. But you'll see that the, if you'll go back a slide, back one more. Just like you said, the existing portico is about 1/3 of the size of the concrete and brick foundation. So the idea is to widen the foundation to the corner board, and then provide a, I guess you call it a shed roof. You'll have to forgive me. I'm probably get a lot of the architectural terms wrong, so feel free to correct me and I won't be offended.
Jason, it's a hip roof.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. You're welcome.
Doing great, Jason.
You're doing great.
So if you'll actually go, you can go ahead and go to the next slide and the next one. So here's the other ones in the neighborhood if you want to see them. And actually, if you look, go back one more, hold right there. That light blue house, which is 512, which has actually been petitioned for demo. It's actually got a similar foundation, and they have covered it, but for whatever reason, it's asymmetrical. But you can keep going. That's 2 doors down from me. Here you can see just a site plan view of where I'm widening. I know at the top it says site plan existing, but I did differentiate in there where the existing foundation is and where I'm showing the new foundation, even though that is existing. And I did that because under the bottom half of this page where it says site plan new, the roof covers. I wanted you to be able to see both parts of that. And if you'll go to the next slide, it's a better representation. I wanted to match. So the intent was to not modify any of that existing portico and columns. We really like it a lot. We're just not looking to change that. We just want to add covering over the remainder of it. And we wanted to match the paired columns. It's another feature that we like of the home. But to do that, there's several reasons we wanted to extend the foundation to the corner board. One of them is so the paired columns wouldn't block the windows. Another one is because we wanted the roof to extend all the way to the edge. And if we had put the paired columns on the existing foundation, it would have been too much of an overhang. It would have been like tripling the size of the eave, and I was just concerned about the structural support. So, and as far as how we came up with the shape for the roof, we didn't want to go any taller than the existing portico. Didn't want to take away from that focal point. And the angle, we tried to match the clipped gable. It's approximately 2-to-1, so it's not exact, but the intent is to match that, and that's how we came up with those dimensions. On the right side, no, sorry, go back. You were good. The right side of the new, this is the driveway side, and we wanted to put some stairs over on the side, but have them inset. And actually this slopes up from the street. So those steps actually do go all the way to the ground, even though it looks like they don't go to the bottom of the bricks.
And this is slide 336.
There's also vegetation in front of all this, so I don't think that you'll even see the widening of that foundation. You can actually see that vegetation on the very first page if you want in the photos.
So slide 331.
And then side elevations, right side, left side. The right side, you can see the stairs. Left side, no stairs. And that's pretty much it. The rest of it just kind of trying to address the details. We want to match the, existing soffit trim, the columns, the structure. I know we can match the columns because we actually put a set of paired columns in the rear. They were on that rear photo, if you care to look. We want to match the porch ceiling. They're 1.5-inch slats. It will actually be a flat. The ceiling inside the porch will be flat, not domed like the existing portico. Again, we don't want to take away from that prominence. And
this is slide 339.
Oh, and as far as the last slide, slide 11. So we are going to remove just the bottom few boards on the front of the house, but only to remove them for the purpose of adding a vapor barrier, and then they will go back. We won't even replace them unless we find more wood rot. But we love the home and all the architectural aspects and the history of it, so we have no intention of trying to change our home. We're very happy with it.
And that's slide 340. And Jason didn't mention this, but he's been awesome to work with, and approached me before they even started and gave me lots of iterations on what these front porch roofs could look like, where they tie in. And it was a really collaborative effort to try and reach something that really is minimal and reflects the architecture of the house. So thank you for that, Jason.
Sure. And as far as the vapor barrier and addressing the water issues in other ways, when we purchased the house, we actually asked the sellers to provide, compensation to add a vapor barrier, and they said that they had attempted that in the past to no success. So
That's great. All right, Jason, and you have a beautiful house. Anything else you want to add?
I don't believe so.
All right. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak for or against this application? Yeah. All right, commissioners, what questions do you have?
Krista?
All right, Ms. Lineberger.
Yes, I just had a question. Christy, could you go back to the elevations? Yeah.
336?
Yeah, where it shows that foundation and the new brick. One thing I just wanted to get clarification on is that seems to be a lot taller than the existing. And I just was curious if it's just the drawing's not quite accurate and showing a lot more courses of brick than really are necessary.
I think it's a combination of the accuracy of the drawing as well as the fact that there's a slope. But yeah, you're probably right. I think you can probably see that better if you go to the photos on maybe the
I was looking at it, so when we look at
next page.
When we look at that, this one's perfect. But when we look at this, that seems like the overall total height that we're dealing with, and it's only like 7 courses of brick and then the soldier at the top. And it just seems to be almost double that on the drawing. So I was just wanting to make sure that it was just a discrepancy in maybe the drawing to what was actually there and what was actually going in.
It is. I'd say it's a discrepancy in the drawing.
Okay.
If you look at the very first page, yeah, if you look right there at the front steps, you could actually count how many it is, and it's definitely more than there is.
Okay.
At the crawl space wall. But yeah, I have no intention of going any taller.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
It's a good observation.
All right, commissioners, any other questions or comments for Mr. Clark?
I do. I'm sorry. I'm there. Just raise my hand.
Go ahead, Dan.
Would you go to the next page, Christy, of the elevation, the side? Yeah. Where the front porch roof meets the front gable. I was looking at the detail and something just seemed a little off to me, and I wasn't exactly sure what it was, whether it was that the roofs came to a point there. But when I looked at it long enough, I realized, a lot of this is a bungalow kind of look, I think. But then there's a return on there's that little return on the side, and
above the windows.
Yeah, and I just right. No, I know that. So what I'm trying to do is reconcile the new design, the way the roof comes into, and this is a little. It just caught my eye, and I'm not sure why it looks odd to me. And if the other commissioners don't see this, then I back off. But I don't know if there's a different way to deal the detail, or whether there's a style change that I don't see and get. So I'm just expressing my concern, and it's just for discussion. I'm not coming down one way or the other.
Yeah, I understand. I actually did attempt to show gutter there. So that is gutter, but that new portion is sloped. So that gutter stops right there at the beginning of that return, because I suppose I could extend it a little beyond that, but That is the transition you're seeing. I know what you're saying.
So anyway, I just leave it out there for later discussion, but I just wanted to have you have the opportunity to kind of address it, and we'll talk about it later.
Damon, this is Jim. If you go look at the 4 existing photographs, these existing condition photographs.
Okay, why not?
It's that's the way it is.
Oh, no, I'm not questioning that it's like that. I think I understand that it's like that. My question is it tying the new roof into that detail? So where that condition doesn't happen on the front, it may be fine. It just is a detail that's just so look on the other.
Would it be addressed by looking at the site plan new, the aerial view?
It's an architectural detail and a style change, and I don't know if it's even I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. If nobody agrees with me, let's leave it alone. It's just something that I couldn't reconcile for myself.
All right, thanks, Damon. Any other questions, comments for the applicant? No. All right, let's close for deliberations. Krista, what are you thinking?
Well, I want to speak to what Damon just mentioned because I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Damon, but you're just really wanting to make sure that detail is correct, where that hip roof comes in, the new hip roof comes into the side, whether it's set back a little bit or just whatever,
Right.
however that detail is a clean, clear, that the
Right, and
intent is
initially
clear
I
on how
thought,
that's going to be achieved.
yeah, and initially I thought it needed to be narrow, but I don't mean to impose my, my vision on what he's doing, because that would make that a cleaner transition. But yes, either bringing the roof in might help it, or I'm not sure.
Yeah. Overall, I think that this is a really good solution to both a problem and an issue, and also working within the confines of our guidelines. And I know it's very similar to one we approved last year on Grandin. And that one had a little more issues that we discussed, a few more issues that we discussed. But this one, I think that your solution is a good one.
All right. Sounds like you're starting to put together a motion.
Does anyone else have anything that they want to weigh in on?
I know one of the comments that had come up was just some minor inaccuracy on the height, right, of the front porch on the front elevation. But I do think Jessica has a comment or question. Jessica?
No, I was just going to say that I don't have any reservations about this one. I think it's thoughtfully done, and I'm happy to float a motion if anyone would like.
Let's do it.
Okay, I move to approve this application as drawn.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Can you
second, Damon? Oh.
Hold on.
I think Krista beat you, Damon. I don't know. Jessica, if you could just reference the guidelines to beef up that motion just a little bit.
Sure, no problem. Guideline 6.14.
Okay,
for compliance with guideline 6.14.
Okay.
Damon, I think it's going to be okay on that corner because the roof is receding in every direction as long as the fascia aligns, and the existing photographs of the front porch pretty clearly indicate that the fascia does align as it turns all those corners.
I appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
All right. So we got a motion, Jessica approving and Krista seconding. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Mirren,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
All right. 6 yes, 6-0. The yeses have
I
it.
think it was 7.
7-0. The yeses have
Okay.
it.
Krista, I know you have to leave. Thank you so much for sticking with us through this application.
Yes. Thank you.
This is Damon. I've got to recuse myself for number 12, and I just want to make sure you've got a quorum for that.
Yes, we should. Thank you. Okay.
Christy, this is Jessica.
Yes,
I have
ma'am.
a hard stop at 7 because my kids have standardized testing tomorrow.
Okay. Do you think okay, so it's 6:19. Do you think we can make it through numbers 11 and 12? Number 13 is a big project. I don't know if we'll be able to squeeze that in. I'm offering that to the commission.
And I need to leave. I need to leave at 7 also. So,
Okay. So
but
we're gonna lose
I'm
quorum.
willing to try.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna lose quorum then after application number 12. Anyway. Okay.
That makes sense.
I will let the applicants know. In the meantime, we are going to move on to agenda item number 11. Deborah, are you with us? Deb?
Yep, I am here.
Hi.
Hey.
Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay. If you would raise your right hand, please.
And respond, can you hear me? Okay.
I can.
Okay, perfect. Please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, the next application is for 1106 East Worthington. This is in Dilworth, and the proposed project is for a dormer addition. The proposal also says changing wood vents to windows. I was informed that this is no longer part of the project. The original wood vents are to remain. And the applicant is also asking for window replacement. The main portion of the project is the proposed dormer, which is slightly taller than the side gable on the right elevation, but it ties beneath the main ridge of the house. And so at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Deborah. Deborah, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
So my name is Deborah Thomas. I'm at 1709 Lombardi Circle, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Hey, Deborah, take it away.
Okay, and I don't think I have any controls, but this is the current property at 1106 East Worthington that my husband and I purchased in May. It's not inhabitable at the moment, as you can surmise from looking at the existing conditions. There was somebody inhabiting it until we purchased it in May, but there's been, with rains, additional damage. So your eyes are looking at it correctly. If you look at the right, and that's where we'll be talking about the dormer. That is a tree growing into the side of the house. So it's very exciting. Next, that's the context for the houses that are all around that particular property. This is the existing and the proposed changes to the footprint. So we're not proposing any changes beyond the screen porch that was administratively approved. The dormer isn't changing the footprint at all. Next. And we're not proposing any changes to the front of the house. It's going to be repaired and fixed. And then this is the side, and again, the window on the proposed is not happening. That vent is staying the same. Due to engineering considerations, we're unable to add to the front attic portion of the house. So that's not possible, so the vents will just remain. The next one. Again, the vent is staying, not changing. So this is the proposed dormer area on the back L of the house and how it relates to the rest of the house. Next. Again, that's not being changed out. And that's the back view with the dormer on the right and how that looks. So you can see it's tucked in behind the L of the front of the house. So next, this is a view from the front right corner of the house, ostensibly from the sidewalk or the front lawn of the house next door, and then from the back right corner of where the dormer would be. So in the left view from the right front corner, the dormer is in that drawing. In the back. So next, we did consider a shed roof, just as some different options for the dormer, and decided the one on the left seemed to fit the house quite a bit more. You can see we also made a change to the screened porch as well. Also has the peak to it rather than a flat roof. So next. And just trying to have a series of photos showing you where that dormer is going as much as you can in real person. You see the lovely tree there. The yellow areas are showing where the dormer is going at the back side behind that L.
This is slide 356.
And just a little bit more context. You can see the house next door and how you can see how close that space is as you're looking between the two houses. And the far right picture is actually where he is standing is the location of the dormer, is back tucked in that direction. So I believe that's the story of the dormer before we move to the windows. I don't know if you have questions about the dormer first.
Why don't you just make your entire presentation and then we can talk about everything. Thanks.
Perfect, perfect. So in moving to the next slide, the current condition of the house, and there was an engineering report done for the previous owner from IDE, and about 1.5 years ago now. And just to provide some context, there's a lot that has to happen with this house in terms of structure, foundation. There are holes in the roof, etc. And so it does state here that it has fallen into a lot of disrepair due to lack of maintenance and damage pretty extensively. And so they recommend gutting to the studs and appropriately rehabilitating. Needs all systems, front porch should be reconstructed, salvaging the house and its architectural, and its architect is a priority over demolishing because the house is in the historic district. And so it would be a strong consideration to demolish the house if it were not in the historic district. So that gives you a sense of the amount of repair work and renovation we're having to do on the house. And so the windows, we have gone through quite the Olympics with the windows and trying to get people out and talk about restoring them. Nobody so far is interested. And so if you want to just show some pictures, the pictures are a little hard One, to get at it, and partly because everything is painted red, so it's the same color as the brick, but most of the sills are completely rotted out. And in the back areas of the house, in fact, you can see from the outside to the inside of the house. So you can see along here a little bit. You can actually put your hand all the way through from the in to the out there. And there is rotting and damaging happening actually to the framing down into the wall. So the example you have up here, that whole portion of the brick wall actually has to be rebuilt because of the damage from the tree, continued water damage, etc. You can see there.
That's slide 366.
Yep. I think that's the summary. And the proposal is to change them out with wood windows, not with aluminum or anything like that.
Okay. Is that it, Ms. Thomas?
That's it. Thanks.
Okay. Is there anyone here today to speak for or against this application? All right, commissioners, questions for Deborah Thomas? Commissioner Rumsch.
Hi. My question is assuming that the windows, which from what I could see from the pictures look very damaged, at least the frames do, which is where I would look first, the sills and all that. Are you planning to replace the whole window or just do sash replacements? I assume you're going to have to do whole window replacements. Is that correct?
According to the people that I've talked to, which is about 5 right now, it's the whole window, unfortunately.
Okay. All right. I wasn't sure.
Part of that is also because the structure of the framing is also rotted out in a lot of places.
And so when you if you do replace the windows, the whole window, I take it you're going to match the existing configurations of the glass and divisions and sash and stuff like that?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, thank you.
The windows that are up above, we're not proposing replacing those. We plan on repairing those.
So good. What are they going to take to repair?
Excuse me, sorry.
What do they need to take to repair them?
They're going to have to be taken out and completely re-put. They're leaded glass. The rest aren't the lead or the green glass, but those are going to have to be carefully.
So you're going to save the glass, but you're going to have to replace the wooden pieces around it. Is that right?
You know, it's interesting in those 2 windows, a lot of the wood magically around those is not terrible. We have no idea how or why, but when you're up in the attic and you go up to them, they are not in horrible condition.
Okay, thank you.
So those 2, we plan on doing as much as we can. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hi. I have a couple questions for you. Christy, can we go to the side elevation that has the dormer? The addition, please.
Would you like this elevation with 355 or would you like 351?
This is fine. So,
Slide 351.
Slide 351. So on the dormer with the stucco, how about the corners?
Can't hear you.
I can't hear you very well. Sorry.
His mic died. 1 second.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. So slide 351 on the proposed diagram on the right of the dormer. Stucco. Tell me about the corners.
Oh, I've lost you again.
All right, let's try again.
There we are.
Okay, so on the dormer, and I keep looking down at the mic for when it drops. On the dormer in the corners with the stucco, are the corners going to be wood? Are the corners going to be stucco?
The corners, you mean the sides?
Yeah, not the sides. Well, I mean, I'm assuming if the dormer is all stucco,
Right.
my question is on the corners. Is the corners going to be stucco, or the corners going to have wood trim?
Planning on stucco.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Another question with the windows, and I mean, I think it's great that you've got older 1970s or 80s storm windows on there because it does add some level of protection. But do you have more detailed pictures on the condition of the windows? Because it just looks like the brick molding is starting to deteriorate, but the sashes, the lights, the glazing, as far as you can tell, it looks okay. Do you have any better pictures?
It's really hard to get pictures without, because of the storm windows, you're right. And because of the dark paint. So we've tried 50 ways to try and get some much better pictures and from the inside as well. But what I can say is the bottom of those sashes on most of the windows, as well as the entire sill, is rotted out.
Yeah.
And rotted down into the wall. So that suggests there's probably some rot going up as well.
Okay, and that may be, we're just not seeing the level of documentation
Yeah.
or evidence that the windows are completely beyond repair.
Yeah, like I said, I wish I have been able to find somebody to write some letters because we have been searching. And we have another couple people scheduled to come out, sort of anticipating this would be a discussion. So I would only suggest putting it in the context of the house, which is pretty far gone. And there's a lot of mold and wood rot throughout the walls because of the water damage in the house at this point.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Commissioners, before we close for deliberation? Okay, let's close. All right, PJ, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. So the dormer meets our guidelines for additions and is not incongruous with the neighborhood. From a window perspective, there's not enough supporting evidence to show that the windows are beyond repair.
We just, with the Wilmore house, had some really horrible looking windows, and we made them come back with evidence. So in order to be fair, I think that it's in order to be consistent. I think that that's what we would need to ask from Ms. Thomas. Commissioner Heineman?
I'm looking through my guidelines for the reference. I think that the roof pitch on the dormer is not consistent with the stylistic expression of the house. And I think that if we can cluster those three windows as a triple, trim them out together and put the shed roof on the dormer, it'll be much more consistent with the cottage language of this house. I'm looking for the reference in my guidelines right now.
While you do that.
4.5 number 3.
4.5 number 3. Will you read that, Jessica?
New dormers should be appropriately designed for the style of the structure and massing of material.
Okay, Damon?
I was having concerns about the roof form of that dormer also, and I wasn't coming up with a great solution, but I think a shed dormer would definitely look better, and if we can gang the windows together, I agree with Jessica, short of it.
Okay. Anyone else? It sounds like a motion. Jessica, Damon, We have 4.5, number 3, just to kick it off. Jessica?
I'm just not a window person. I feel like we need to lean on one of our window people for this motion, to be honest.
Okay, we could pair up, and Jessica, if you could provide the information for the roof, maybe PJ could supplement some window information.
Sounds good.
Thank y'all.
Sure. What did I say? 4.5, number 3?
Yeah.
Per 4.5, number 3, the dormer ought to be a shed dormer, and the 3 windows ought to be clustered as a trio. Do you guys feel like that's an approval with staff review?
I would need some guidance on the pitch of the shed roof.
So recently, we have allowed 2 and 12 when the geometry has required it. But we typically request 3 and 12 or 4 and 12. Is that enough guidance?
Yes, I can work with that. If you are allowing a range from 2 and 12 to 4 and 12, I can work with that.
Yeah, I think the only critical piece of information, and obviously it's outside our jurisdiction, is a 2 and 12 roof is a different material. It can obviously be blended with the architecture in a way that is never, ever visible from an experiential standpoint. But a 2 and 12, the code's just written differently for it. But
it was just confirming that it should also hinge below the existing ridge as normal.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Yeah, I'd like to deny the application to replace the 2 separate. Yes, boss.
Sorry, y'all, my mic was off. 2 separate, since PJ is voting or is going to put a motion forth to deny, like we've done for every other case this evening, we are going to look for a second on the dormer and a vote, and then we'll go consider the windows. Okay? Ready? Okay. So, Madam Chair, do we have a second for the dormer?
I'll second. This is Damon.
Okay. So Damon is seconding the dormer. Okay. I'm sorry, I have a question.
Sure.
So, I'm a little confused about what you mean about that. Are you going to? Okay, all right.
So,
okay.
Separate it out.
Yeah.
That's fine.
All right. So I'm sorry, Jessica made the motion, Damon seconded the motion. Do we have discussion on the motion? No? Okay, let's vote on the motion. Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Keep turning it off.
Yeah. All right, Commissioner Rumsch?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Murin? Not
Yes.
here. Oh, yes, Commissioner Barth is not here. Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger? She's not here. Commissioner Parati, yes, 7-0.
I would like to continue the application for the replacement of windows based on guidelines 4.14, number 1, 2, and 3. Oh, should repair the existing windows. So we're asking the applicant to work with a reputable contractor or business organization to prove that the windows are beyond repair and support photographic evidence that the windows are in fact beyond repair.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Discussion of the motion? Let's vote on it. Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch?
Yes.
Commissioner Mehren,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman, Commissioner Heineman.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can now. Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger, not here, sorry. Commissioner Parati, 7-0. Thank you. It's
Here, Christy. Okay, thank you. Okay, the next application is 1730 Thomas Avenue. Commissioner Rumps has to recuse, and since this is our last application of the evening, Damon, if you want to leave, I guess that's fine. But we'd love you.
If I wanted to speak for or against this application, should I stick around? Or can I stick around? Okay, I'd like to just let you know, I'd like to talk for a minute.
Okay, cool. Okay, so the next application. Jana, are you with us?
I'm here.
Hi, Jana, welcome.
Hey.
Have you been sworn in?
No.
Okay.
Hi, Jana.
Hi.
Please raise your right hand and respond, I do. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, you saw this a couple months ago at one of our business meetings as a workshop item, but Jana will go through and explain the project in full again. It is an addition to an existing historic garage, and the addition is in two parts. One part is to the front of the garage, so it's deep enough to house a modern day car, because as of now, it is not deep enough. And then it is also towards the interior of the lot, towards the house, to provide a modern kind of porch area and entertaining space. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to you, Jana. If you would like to, please state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Jana Hartenstein, and the address is 1307 West Moorhead, Suite 101, Charlotte, 28205.
Okay.
And I'll be sort of quick. I mean, I put probably more slides in on the pre-review about justifying the addition, but just to kind of go over it, just like what Christy said, this is an existing shed, I believe from 1930 somewhere. It's not in great condition, and I would say the distinguishing features on it are what you can see at the bottom left is that this house used to be a duplex and it had two storage doors side by side with a post in the middle. But other than that, it's cedar shakes. There's a 1 foot overhang, 2x4 roof structure, and all the other walls are just cedar shakes with no other detailing.
Okay. And this is slide 376.
Yes. Slide 377 simply shows the existing house. I would note that corner lot in the upper left picture, the side of the house that faces this addition. A lot of people ask, why would someone want to put a dining room on the back of the shed as opposed to the back of the house? But this house really has no back door. It has a side door, and all these are bathrooms and bedrooms on the existing house, and the owner would like to keep it that way. If you go to the next slide. This is just the composites of the neighboring houses, and actually their sheds too. In the upper right-hand corner, you can see the shed across the street. In the middle upper right is kind of diagonal across the street. And then the bottom one is number 3 is the property just across the alleyway from the back of this house. Pretty nondescript, be vinyl siding. So there's 3 sheds nearby. They don't have windows or a lot of detailing. The middle one is Damon's. It's very nice with nice big doors. So anyway, go to the next slide. This is just the survey, and I'll keep it at that. The shed in the far corner of the house, I don't think we could put this shed back here if we rebuilt it from scratch. And then the next slide is a site plan, and this just shows that we made the area required. So the yellow on the left, that bright yellow, shows the footprint of the existing shed. The addition to the left, it basically is under the accommodating needs for modern living and to fit the car. So that would just extend the existing shed that it does today, only a little bit longer. And then the addition to the south is actually the addition for like a little dining porch. And I'll just go through the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. Our goals for this project would that it be compatible, this is for word compatible, but differentiated from the historic structure and secondary. And so we decided to do a flat roof here because we felt like if we did a pitched roof, we're going to start to make this look like it's a big garage. It's not separated. You can't distinguish the existing structure. Sorry, it's my dog. They're also designed to look separate in the glass in this case. The owner does want some operable windows, but the idea per the interior standards is that they request that you incorporate what they call a hyphen. So I guess to put it into the way we were thinking about it is that we don't necessarily see this as a window. We see this as something more translucent that goes away without muntins. Again, just more like a hyphen and a link between it and the addition. The addition is trying to pull from the existing structure, and we are talking about using or what we're showing is essentially a cedar lap siding, but it's got a joint in it. It's very similar to Dutch lap siding, but the joint isn't curved like it would be in Dutch lap. And then the actual garage doors we would propose to be cedar. It would look like the post was still in the middle. That would be the handle. We're looking at heavy duty center pivot hinges to make that whole elevation look exactly like what you see right now. The roof is a flat membrane roof, and I don't know if it matters to you what material's on it, but you wouldn't see it. I think the two comments we had from the pre-review was the windows on the alley side, potentially, which is in the next slide, but also the material of these windows. And the owner is looking at steel windows, and to give you an idea why their wood windows are on the existing house are dark. And again, with this glassy link, the steel windows have a finer profile on the perimeter without the concern that wood would be so close and down to the ground with water splashing. That's not the main reason. The idea is that it would just be as slender and as thin as possible. Same thing with the actual, if you go to the next slide, the patio doors. And quite honestly, we're looking at a nano wall and possibly large sliders, but I think there's a degree of comfort the owner wants to get before we go too much further into drawing specifically on those windows. We want skylights, and then the small windows on the upper left are facing the alley. We actually talked about larger windows originally, but I think if anyone here understands what alleys are like, we all like our alleys in Plaza Midwood, but they tend to be where break-ins occur. So the idea was to keep those windows smaller. Those windows themselves are not a deal breaker, just wanted more light into the garage. The roof, I would say, I noted up that could be turned metal, but I think we're probably looking at asphalt shingle, which was the alternate. And I'll leave it at that with questions. I appreciate you guys sticking around.
This is slide 383.
Okay, anyone here to speak for or against this application?
Yes, we have neighbor Damon Rumsch.
Mr. Rumsch.
Hi, thank you. This addition is, I guess, kind of catty corner from my house, my backyard. And so in my office, I look down on this addition every day, and I'm very excited about it. I think that it's going to be an interesting, wonderful addition, and I support it completely.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Rumsch. All right, anyone else? Commissioners? Questions of Ms. Jana?
we saw this at our workshop, so we're pretty excited about it. Are we still excited? Okay, we're very excited. Who's so excited that they want to? If you don't have questions for her, we can close.
Jana, did you say your preference on the roof was metal over asphalt shingles?
Right now, I think asphalt shingles are going to be more in our budget. If you all want to chime in on the metal, we'll definitely look at pricing it. So.
No. Okay, any other questions? All right, let's close for deliberation. It sounds like there's a motion. Commissioner Heineman?
No, I was just going to say, obviously, Jenna has a very strong grasp of the guidelines and has considered them very faithfully in this. And there are no surprises from the other presentation. I think this is very true to everything that we had been presented on this project, and is an incredibly thoughtful, way to honor a historic shed, truthfully. So I feel great about this. I'm fine with either the metal or the asphalt. I think we should just leave it open at the architect's discretion.
Second.
Why don't you craft that into a motion so that Commissioner Hayden can second it before our microphones go out?
I will move to approve this project because it meets our guidelines for accessory structures. Someone tell me which one that is.
8.9.
8.9, as well as the Secretary of the Interior standards, with the qualifier that the roof material of metal or asphalt shingles is at the architect's discretion.
Commissioner Hayden?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion?
Staff has some discussion.
Staff has something to say?
Since what's presented is shingle, I am not confident in approving a metal roof because we typically don't at the staff level. And there are many varieties of metal roof, and just leaving it open to metal does not give staff enough direction as to what type of metal roof the commission would be amenable to, if that makes sense.
You just want to approve it as is? Jessica?
I'm fine with approving it as is. If they want to go with metal in the end, they could always just come back in with a change, right?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, so let's just approve it as is then. We'll remove the qualifier about the roof material.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
So the motion is now to approve as drawn for compliance with 8.9 and the Secretary of the Interior standards.
Are we adding additions to that, like 7.2?
If you want to, I feel the Secretary of Interior standards covers it, but
okay,
you're welcome to.
Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Ron is not here. We know how he feels. Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
She's not here.
Commissioner Parati? 5-0.
Mern? We need
Commissioner Mern. I'm sorry, Commissioner Mern. Commissioner Mern. Did I miss anyone?
No.
6-0.
All right, 6-0. Thank you. Thank you, Jana.
Jana, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Now go eat dinner.
Yeah. Would you like to conclude the meeting officially? And could we're just gonna, after we conclude the meeting, we're gonna just reconfirm that agenda item number 13 is not being heard due to a loss of quorum, and that will be added to the beginning of the October agenda at this time.
What you said, a loss of quorum, not decorum.
Yes.
All right, so we have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss?
If not, then the meeting is adjourned at 6:58. Sliding into home.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Candace, you can stop the recording. Does anyone want to approve minutes? We really need minutes approved.
I'm so